Good evening. Come and find you a seat. Grab yourself a cup of joe and put up your feet. Let's talk about the latest news and all about true crime. We can make a difference if we put in the time. Good evening, come and find you a seat. Grab yourself a cup of joe and put up your feet. Let's talk about the latest news and all about true crime. We can make a difference if we put in the time. Oh, we can make a difference if we put in the time. Good evening, come and find you a seat. Grab yourself a cup of joe and put up your feet. Let's talk about the latest news and all about true crime. We can make a difference if we put in the time. Good evening.
Hello, everyone. Welcome in.
Hey, I forgot I didn't turn it back on. Anyways, hey.
Happy to see you last Tuesday.
Yeah. It's either see you next Tuesday or last Tuesday. Either way, it applies to this case.
Yes, it does.
Hey, everybody.
People in chat get offended, but they can get over it.
Right. It's called real talk. Hey.
Right.
And coping.
Yes. Yes, quite so. So it must be time for part 6 of Pace Memo. And we're going to get into that in a bit, but I want to welcome everybody in first. Welcome into Tuesday night. There's Lorianne was in first. There's Donna, Carolyn, Detective's daughter, Moonchild. Hey, Moonchild. Good to see you. Sheena Smith, Elizabeth Lacey, Akasha. Gosh, I don't think I can do 30 people. Oh, there are 30 people in chat. Hate to lose. Trev, right?
Takes a hard minute.
So I still am getting used to the chat in StreamYard, because in StreamYard I can see the chats on mine and on yours, and on both of your platforms. Because you're on.
I think
Facebook.
you can click it. I think you can click if it's yours or mine. You know, I saw somewhere. It's not showing me now, but anyways.
But anyway, so if you're not on both channels, you can have the other YouTube up on another device of some kind. You can be on her channel on one and my channel on the other, and we both get for that. Can double dip.
Yeah, I was watching you on my TV earlier, and I was talking through my phone. I was participating in chat through my phone. I just push pause, and yeah.
We all have multiple devices,
don't we? Yeah, that we do.
Anyway, how's your Tuesday going?
Oh, well, it's rainy, so we have some really crazy weather right now. So they've let school out for tomorrow, and I'm just like, oh god, they just have it so easy these days, But so it just finished, and it might start up again. So I'm just letting you know that. And then I was watching you earlier, and you were talking about that report. I mean, that filing. It was a filing, and so I had looked it up while you were live, and it had to do with the gun powder residue. What am I saying? GSR
Gunshot
or G
residue. GSR is gunshot residue.
Okay. So GSR, that's what it had to do with. So I don't know. That was interesting though. So that's the only little research I did today.
And you were telling me though that collection was taken off of the Jeep in Rexburg, Idaho. That wasn't.
I'm assuming. I don't think in the report it talked about traveling and then doing. Well, no, because it was done in Phoenix. Well, but I don't know if it was scraped, while they were in Rexburg, looking over the Jeep.
Tested in Phoenix.
Right. Because they actually show where they're going, in the crime scene photos or the evidence photos of the Jeep. They actually show a picture of the street name, the actual street signs. And then they show going into the Rexburg where it's impounded. So, I mean, I'm assuming it was done in Rexburg. Yeah, it was. So I don't know. That's something I'm gonna have to do a little more digging. So
yeah, I don't know that I've ever seen a prosecutor call out evidence that was collected by law enforcement as being inadmissible. Like that's an odd one to me.
So Lori is saying it's inadmissible. Wait, what'd you just say?
No. Trina K. It's a state file. Let's take a quick look at it.
That is weird. And it was sealed, so that was the suspicion. That was the mystery behind it. It's like, what?
Well, the motion was to seal the future motion. So there's going to be a motion in limine, and the motion in limine has to do with this evidence that she collected.
That's interesting.
So, but she's giving advance warning that she's going to file something that she wants sealed when it's in there. Oh, that's the minute entry. I don't want the minute entry.
And I'm looking it up. What does it mean?
Why did that file disappeared? It disappeared.
Another one?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Maybe it went through the portal.
It's always in the damn portal. It's always in the portal. Always.
Okay, there's downloads. Okay, it was a couple of days ago.
Okay.
There we go. All right. It was because it was a couple of days ago. My downloads by date, so I missed it. So let's share that. Don't share screen. Window.
And I'm looking it up too.
All right. So it was filed on the 3rd. We don't see a date. So
that's my birthday. Damn it.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Happy belated. Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Thank you.
What's the plural for Tauruses? Tauri? That's Tauri.
Tauruses. You just said it. Tauri.
Okay, so this is
awesomeness is what it means.
Right. Yes. And maybe a little bit stubborn at times.
Always. No, we're not.
CR 2022-001242. So this is Brandon's case. This is the one she's getting ready to go to trial on. State's request to file motion in limine. So they're requesting to file a motion in limine under seal. Those are the last two words. So it's worded kind of awkwardly, but they're requesting to file a future motion under seal, but to preclude inadmissible evidence relating to Tammy Latchik.
That's so crazy. Well, so I looked it up. What does it mean? And go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off if I did.
No, you're fine. It's a short filing.
It says that, a motion in limine is a pretrial request made to the judge to exclude certain evidence from being presented to the jury during a trial. It's usually filed by one party to prevent the opposing party from introducing evidence that is considered irrelevant, prejudicial, inadmissible, or potentially harmful to their case. So it's interesting. If a prosecutor files a motion in limine regarding a gunshot residue GSR investigation report that is sealed, it could mean a few things. one of those things is the prosecutor wants to prevent its use. Even though it's the prosecutor's case, they might have reasons to want to prevent the defense from using the GSR report as evidence. This could happen if the report is inconclusive or doesn't support their case, which is interesting. The GSR results might not clearly link the defendant to the crime, or they might even point to someone else. Here come the conspiracy theories. The prosecutor might want to prevent the defense from using this to create reasonable doubt based on and this is the second point. It says based on flawed procedures. So that might be more what you're thinking. The prosecutor might have concerns about the reliability or methodology used in the GSR testing and want to exclude it to avoid these issues being raised at trial. The third, there's 4 total. The third is legally inadmissible for some reason. There might be legal reasons, such as issues with the chain of custody or how the evidence was collected, that could make the report inadmissible in court. The prosecutor might file the motion proactively to address this. And lastly, sealed report implications. The fact that the report is sealed, I don't know, it might have misunderstood me, suggests that there might be specific legal reasons for keeping it private, at least temporarily. This could be to protect an ongoing investigation, the privacy of individuals involved, or to prevent the defense from accessing it prematurely if there are specific legal requirements for disclosure. And then, in summary, a prosecutor filing a motion in limine to exclude a sealed gunshot residue report suggests they likely have strategic reasons to prevent this piece of evidence from being presented at trial, even though it would typically be part of their own investigation. The sealed status adds another layer indicating that access to the report is restricted for specific legal reasons. So
that's interesting because they have to disclose it. They have to disclose it in discovery to her.
Right.
So is this going to point out something to her that she's like, oh, I should look into this more, like that juror 15?
Right. And she's just saying, not she, but this Chat GPT is saying that that it could be, what was that one, that this prosecutor might want to prevent the defense from using this to create reasonable doubt or to exclude it. What was it? I forgot which one. I already forgot. I have the worst short-term memory. So the chain of, it has to do with something or another,
Yeah, so the last motion in limine that I really understood well was in Delphi. Okay. And it was because the prosecution found out that the defense was going to use a third-party suspect defense, and it was going to involve Odinists and some very specific people that had been investigated as having ties to Odinism and possibly also being tried to the crime. So the motion the prosecution filed a motion in limine, and there was a hearing on it. There was a 3-day hearing. I don't think every day of the 3-day hearing was just on that motion in limine, but there was a lengthy motion or a lengthy hearing on that. And eventually the judge granted the motion in limine, which precluded the defense from using that third-party suspect defense in trial. Like the jury never got to hear any of that.
Okay.
So that's a pretty good example and one that I understood. I think I understood pretty clearly. There's probably some legal eagles out there that probably can explain it better.
Yeah. Definitely share your voice now. For sure. It would help. And there's no way for us to know unless we actually were there, but these are just some possible reasons why.
Right, and it could be under seal because it could involve some type of crime scene evidence that shouldn't be shared with the public.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Some sensitive crime scene evidence.
Okay, thank you, Madeline in Love with Jesus. I saw that you had posted that in Joe's other live, and so I will look for it. Thank you. No, I didn't, Dr. Von Decay. Kresha, did you ask in regards to conspiracy to commit murder in law in Arizona where the attempted shooter was dead and the hearsay law and opening the door? Some of those verbals I can't spell. I don't know, but I will. Not right now because I have only one track mind, but I will do that when this is over. And I think it's interesting too that you shared that, Joe, you shared that video app re-upload. It's just a re-upload is all it is. I just did different graphics, but it was of Brandon and Claudia Ewell. And thank you, librarians, little brands, so much. And it had to do with Brandon and Claudia Ewell, who were friends of Brandon and Melanie Boudreau. But just when I re-listened to it the other day, I was like, oh my God, this sounds like when they were describing Melanie's demeanor every time she would show up at their house unannounced with freaking, Red Rummer in the freaking car. He was driving her car. Her Telluride is what it was. And I mean, it was just alarming. And it sounded a lot like Lori was described mostly in this last trial as being nonchalant. It pissed her off, right? She did not like being described as nonchalant. But that's the gist I got from Brandon and Claudia in their audio to Detective McDermott at Gilbert PD. It just sounded like she was not in her right mind, in my opinion. It sounded scary, especially knowing that
she sounds like a crazy woman. And
yeah.
Now it makes perfect sense why Brandon's dad was so over the top on that 911
You can
call.
feel the emotions in that call.
Yes.
He's like, it's not going to be good, if you know what I mean. And I'm like, oh, he's packing. He's ready to.
Yeah.
And I mean, I don't blame him. That's trespassing on his property. And the other weird, just the weird coincidence or the weird reappearance of the word frozen is just one of those other weird things that are just going to dangle out there in the universe forever. Just, I don't know. The cop told Melanie Pulowski that her kids were sitting on the couch inside of Brandon's parents' house watching Frozen. And I was like, oh, I mean, she was deranged in my opinion, like total. And knowing that from the other trials before in Idaho, knowing that two of Melanie and Brandon's children were rated dark is alarming. on all the levels, and I just think I don't know. There's so many things I want to come out of this last trial. It's our last push for information. It's our last push for the Boudreau children to receive some kind of clarity as to what was happening between their mother and their father and their aunt and their uncle. I mean, I've got chill bumps right now because the fact that a judge put them back in her custody, I will never understand that reasoning. Like either way, it's like either their mom is using them as pawns or the government is using them as pawns. So either way, it's like, oh, here, we'll take a gamble, Mm-mm.
Mm-mm. And knowing that at the time that we watched that 911, listen to the 911 call and watch the body worn cam, that JJ and Tylee were still missing at that time.
Yes.
It's just so crazy that she's showing up demanding, pounding on the door, pounding on the garage, demanding to have her kids back.
Yep. And she goes with papers that weren't signed. I understand. I've been divorced before. I know what that's all about. You can't go out there without, paper signed by a judge. You can't just go with a copy of, the contract or what was agreed to, yada, yada, yada. It has to be signed, sealed, usually. She went up there and the whole fact that she mentioned wanting a victim's advocate twice. And I'm just like, did Aunt Lori help you with that? Because that's what she got. It's just, it don't make sense. It don't make sense.
No. So somebody commented when we were watching that over on my channel earlier that maybe it had to do with bloodlust, like there actually was something ritualistic they needed more victims for. They needed more children
Oh,
victims for, and that's why they
it,
labeled 2 of them dark, and they had plans for those 2 that they labeled dark.
maybe it was her down payment, so to speak, for whatever she was going to get. I'm just saying, I don't do it. I'm not a Satanist, so I don't know. But I'm trying to understand if it does apply. And I feel like it does. I feel like we have a strong case to prove that it does. And it's a current or and not in real time, but as close as we can get to it in real time. Um, case to make the case about it. I really do. I mean, they don't try cases like this because or under that exact label, because there's a separation of supposed to be a separation of church and state. And so when it goes into religious beliefs, whether it's a Satanist or if it's a witchcraft or if it's being a Catholic or a Mormon or whatever, it's like you can't go into those arenas, that you can't go into that too much. Now, but I was reading yesterday that there are certain levels to which, when it begins to step outside that boundary, and so there are legal ramifications that can be taken to hold institutions accountable. They are given that 501c3, or I'm sorry, the 990, the tax write-off, where they don't have to file taxes and they can just make money and even become a almost $1 trillion organization, which is the most powerful in the United States of America at this time. So it's really interesting.
Yeah. And this memo is, let me do the math, 01, 11, 21, 34 years old. This memo is 34 years old, 34, 35 years old now.
Yeah. It's very telling to me. I find it telling. I'm just like, whoa, are they talking about Lori and Chad? What's going on? This is wild, like.
Right.
So a little intro is the Pace Memo. To the Pace Memo is Bishop Glenn L. Pace was entrusted with a weighty assignment by his ecclesiastical leaders to delve into the alleged incidents of ritualistic child abuse that numerous individuals had reported to their bishops. And in accordance with this mandate, Pace authored a comprehensive report and submitted it to his superiors. This memorandum was never destined for public perusal. Its contents, however, were prematurely exposed to the public, revolutionizing the context it was originally meant to serve. Anyways, so I mean that's just oh crap.
So there is the Salt Lake City Messenger issue from November of 1991 that has a copy of this memo and writes a huge long article about it.
Yeah, which is who'd you say again? Salt Lake City Messenger, which was by the Tanners, Sandra and Gerald Tanner. I would love to talk to Sandra.
Yes, no kidding.
So that's the one I was reading from last week, and so it's going to be way different than just reading the memo. So just know that. But it was interesting, and so we were reading that last week. But somebody had commented like, "Are y'all going to read? Are y'all reading from Glenn Pace?" I'm like, "Does this have anything to do with Glenn Pace?" I'm like, "It has everything to do with Glenn Pace," and it does. But you have to I think it's wise for us to not just read something that you can Google it yourself and you can find it online all day, every day. But to talk about it the way that we are, just coming from two different perspectives where we're finding things that are, like you said, send us down, bizarre rabbit holes. But I think they're necessary. And that way they're not just trapped in our minds when we're reading it alone, but we're actually getting them out there on record, so that it's just some further research. in my
Right.
opinion.
And when you say things out loud and you read them at the same time, and then you stop and you process what you have read, and then you verbalize how you're processing what you've read,
Right.
it is so much more impactful and helps us to understand it a lot better, rather than just like laying in bed at night, tossing and turning, being like, wait, what?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it catches both me and Joe. He's a lot like me in the sense that, like you said, when I read something, it verbalizes, it materializes, it becomes right there in front of me, and I can't look away. I'm just like, whoa, it registers, and like gives me chills because it does apply to a lot of things in this case. I think that's just me and my own business, but
Well, and it applies to a lot of things in life.
yeah.
Just because religion has been used as an excuse to commit evil acts for centuries, for millennia, not just the Mormon Church, but
Right.
when it's your church, or it's a church in your community, and when there are people in your community that are affected by the evil that is being perpetrated, you can't just turn a blind eye from it. And that's biblical. Like, if you turn a blind eye to somebody that's being assaulted on the street, you're at fault
You're part of
somewhat,
it.
obviously.
Mhm.
Yes.
So
we're
it's
not
like,
die. We are opening our eyes.
right. And I mean, it's ugly, it's horrible, it's atrocious, it's gross, it's heinous, it shouldn't be happening. But here it is, like Joe said, it's been happening since the beginning of time. And it's just like they find new ways and methods to manipulate or exploit whatever, anything. Like right now, it looks like Lori has been exploiting the law system, the judicial system. Before, she was exploiting scriptures, she was exploiting her own church. Okay, like it to me, and like Puff Daddy, P Diddy, whatever, Sean Combs, allegedly, in my opinion, it looks like he uses hip hop allegedly to victimize people. And it looks like Tim Ballard, in my eyes, uses manipulation, and he uses people's good, like the goodness of people, to allegedly exploit. Let me use my allegedlys. The anti-trafficking industry, where he's saying that he is actually rescuing people and children, getting paid tens of millions of dollars to do so, being backed by one of the President M. Russell Ballard at the time. It just is gross. So it's like that's what Tim Ballard uses, and what Lori used and Chad used was, Mormon scriptures and just all that good stuff, and the Bible. Just like I believe, and this is just me, I don't believe in the Mormon Church at all. Okay, I just don't. Not the way it was founded. Not knowing what Joseph Smith allegedly did, and what he practiced, witchcraft. He practiced magic, black magic.
He was a Mason. He
was a Freemason. He exploited the Freemasons even, and used their ceremony to, it's their temple ceremony. So
the rituals.
Right. And it's just like I can't take that guy seriously. I don't, because anyways. So it's like they use
the spirit hasn't told you that it's true and that he's a prophet of God.
The spirit has told me that it is not true. It is false. and it's gotten a great deal of people just confused and hurt. A lot of hurt people, they're being exploited. There goes the rain. They're being exploited by Joseph Smith and his founding institution. And it has gone on, I don't know how, for 200 years now. And so it's like, I just had a thought, but then I forgot it. The damn rain. Anyways, it'll come back, hopefully.
Well, you talked about Chad and Lori using the Mormon scriptures and in court, she didn't just use Mormon scripture. She also used the Bible to talk about
that's what Joseph Smith did.
or translated beings. Yes.
Well, Joseph, and like Joseph, it doesn't, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree when you look at it through the lens of the founding prophet, Joseph Smith, who exploited, he said that the Bible wasn't written correctly. So they actually used the King James version of the Bible, which is actually interestingly tied to Freemasonry, just that specific biblical, anyways, that time or that time period. I don't know what I'm saying really. I'm just saying it. No, I know what I read, and what I'm saying right here. I don't know how to tie that up.
Well, it's been my philosophy that I've said many times, is the slippery slope of when you are a longtime member of the LDS Church and you are starting to be taught these things, that you have to suspend disbelief or your normal
reality
Christian beliefs to go down that path, that you're starting down a slippery slope. And that led all the way to Lori and Visions of Glory and those preparing a people conferences and the weird things that were going on at those.
I agree with that. That's a really good explanation, if you ask me.
Like, I've been told that she treated Visions of Glory like scripture, like she had it highlighted and dog-eared and bookmarked.
She had multiple copies, Joe. I mean, there was a copy that was found at the crime scene where my uncle was killed. There was a copy that was whenever they were arrested, or she was arrested in Hawaii, that was in a backpack with 15 copies of Uncle Charles's death certificate, and like $10,000 in cash,
For real?
Yeah. And then she ordered it when she was extradited from Idaho to Arizona to Estrella. So I'm just like, this hooker is really dead set on this damn book. Okay. And I think it's more than just the book. I think it's Tom Harrison, because, Chad and Julie were traveling to Salt Lake City. Can you see Chad, cheapskate Chad, going to, there you go. Thank you, Detective's daughter. So can you picture Chad Daybell driving all the way from Idaho to go spend time in Salt Lake City at his Salt Lake City office with Tom Harrison, the real author of Visions of Glory? Those are his alleged visions. Those are his alleged near-death experiences.
He's Spencer, right?
And so he spends it there, and he is teaching Chad and Julie how to, and we knew it as portaling. But if you do a little digging into what portaling means, it's astral projection. And Melanie Boudreau Pulowski was obsessed with this too. So I'm thinking this is new. So all my people have not heard this yet. And I mean, this is just it just kind of caught me the other day when I was, what was I doing? Oh, about Lori's interview, the one she did post conviction. It was, she started to bring that crap up again about, oh yeah, well, I guess that I've had a near-death experience, and so I'm just like, oh my God, what if, and I can't prove it because I was not there. Amen. Okay. And that's cool with me. I don't have to be there to know better, but I can posit this at least, and you decide, and just maybe keep your ears peeled for future interviews, maybe with Lori, where she talks about her alleged near-death experiences. Okay. Or experience. It'll be 15 before long. So, but I was like, well, oh gosh, what if Lori, and I mean, this is just my hypothesis. This is from doing all the research I've done into the church, into these, there's a ceremony or a ritual or whatever you want to call it, endowment ceremony, where I believe that they're practicing polygamy. That's me. I can't prove it. It's an allegation of mine. And so there is this ceremony called the second anointing is what it's called. And there's a lot of misunderstandings about it because it is so secret. Okay. But to a Mormon, it's sacred. So I've gotten that, you know, I've gotten all that feedback. It's sacred. I'm like, it was. And it's not sacred anymore if it's hidden from your general membership. You have to be a temple recommend holder that's shut off from everybody else, including members of the church who are not, uh, doubling down and saying, what do they say? I commit my life to the temple, not God, not Jesus, not, you know, the bright light in the sky. They say to the temple. So that is where I believe their allegiance goes to. It's to the damn temple. And what happens in the temple stays in the damn temple. And great, good. I don't want to know. But I only want to know because so many people have been hurt and harmed. And that to me is like the very definition of a secret society right there. Is you and I can't go in there. I don't want to, but if you wanted to, or anybody here wanted to, you'd have to become a member of the church. You'd have to go and, have be questioned by your bishop and your stake president to see if you're temple worthy. That's a whole nother word. And so anyways, this second anointing has been happening since Joseph Smith's time, Brigham Young, and so on and so forth. And so you can go read the old accounts, and everything that is in that specific ceremony are the same things that Lori, used and told my uncle to his face or over the phone or with veiled threats. Okay. So whenever a member is sealed in the temple to another person, I'm like, well, I mean, Chad's married, Chad's sealed to Tammy, and Lori's sealed to Charles. I understand the rules, the rules that we do know about, but when you're doing stuff like that's secretive and hidden and selective, it has to be hand selected by the living prophet of the church at that time. So it had to have been President Nelson. You're already doing some pretty sketchy stuff. And so I'm thinking that there's no integrity here. Right. So I don't really think rules apply, because that seems like when you're exalting people in this life. So it's just, and he starting, oh my God, I'm laughing. Anyways, I'm sorry. Oh my God. Yeah. And they say forgive and forget. And I'm so sorry for your experience, Laura. Shouldn't happen, but that's just one drop in the bucket compared to, I'm sure there are many other women with your same story, unfortunately. And so many other kids like Ruby Frankie's children and Lori Vallow's children, and, that are out there that we don't know. Because if my family would have been Mormon, how out do you think this would have gotten? I don't think it would have gotten out because they like to take care of things in house. And I'm grateful for that.
And when people who are in the church leave the church, they become apostate, and so then they're automatically ignored and discounted.
Mm-hmm. Character assassination 2.0. Yes.
Yep.
This has happened to Megan right now. Just by the initial whatever with Adam and Rex. Rex not so much, but more Adam, where he's about I saw it with my own two eyes. I heard it with my own two ears, Lori and Adam. I heard it and I saw it and I witnessed it. After Adam testified, he said some really ugly things about Megan. And to me, I was like, oh, because before I went and watched the podcast that they did after he testified in court, I was like, maybe I'm being too hard on him. Okay, let me just try. So I watched his live stream, and he said it 3 different times. He degraded her. He said that 99% of what Megan says are lies. And I'm just like, she has never given me a reason to question her credibility, whereas I can't say the same for Adam. Okay, I can't. So my thing was just like, I mean, I still watch because this has to do with my damn family. So I watch people I don't even like. All right. That's what I do.
Yeah, I thought it was I thought it was interesting that so your mom was the only one that got victim witness exclusion to be there in court every day for trial. So Adam couldn't be in there. But even after he was done testing and he was released from his subpoena, he could have sat in there with the family and he could have supported the family. Yeah.
Who? Why? It's all about me.
Guess who was sitting there? Guess who was sitting there for almost every day of trial? Colby was there a couple of days. He was there 2 or 3 days. Of course, your mother, Megan, was there almost every single day.
I mean, it had to have been so overwhelming for her. You know, I mean, I get it. That's why I didn't want to really be there. It's heavy. It's heavy, you know, through my device, much less being right there in the courtroom where I can whack her, you know, if I don't know.
Or you can jump over the wall and like
Medea. Yes, like Medea. Just call the popo, ho, call the popo. Right.
I'd be interested to see if that rack belt can shock 2 people, like one, like her plus whoever's tackling her.
Yeah. if second hand. Oh my God. I would just like to see. It would be worth the shock. Okay, it would be worth the shock. Just have a buddy system where somebody could kick you and kick you off and unlatch you.
Right. Well, I'm sure one of the bailiffs will probably be willing to do that. They'll probably separate you very quick. But it'll be interesting because we don't know yet if Brandon's trial will be in this courtroom, which is a big, huge courtroom, plenty of seating, 45 seats for the public, or Judge Boreski's small courtroom, which has like 30. So if you give 15 to the press and 15 to the family,
and the jurors that are coming from the last one, I'm like, no. I mean, I get it, but because I plan on going when my mom goes. You know, towards if she doesn't have to testify, which as of right now, I don't think so, or, you know, she said that. So anyways, I mean, Larry will be there too. And I'm pretty sure he better, maybe my brother might be able to go too. So that will be, I will be there with bells on, you know?
Nice.
Hey, DJ, I'm so glad to see you here. DJ he's been able to look, and I have not been able to quite understand what he is saying. Like, he's been in the chats since this case broke the public airwaves. Okay. And sometimes DJ would say stuff that, you know, to just somebody, a passerby, you know, who's not really digging into the meat of the case. You're kind of like, whoa, you know, what are you talking about, dude? It's very heavy. And so I always looked at him like, oh my God, he's got a story from hell to tell, you know, like he knows some stuff. I just don't understand it. That doesn't mean anything about, you know, what he's saying or all that. Anyway, so I'm just glad to see him here because, we have missed him, and I hope everything's going okay and good for you. It's just like he said up here. He said that Glenn Pace, hold on. Okay. What he did with all the deaths in the Vallow Daybell case, he figured them up. This is my way of explaining it. If you can explain it better, DJ, please, because I suck at this. But every date that related to the victims in this case, I mean, forward, backward, side to side, no matter what, it landed on a ritualistic date, you know, and so that's what got me kind of going in this direction anyways, was just, you know, he's got it down to a damn science, and he shared it with Homeland Security and investigations and things like that. But I mean, it's so he can do it like that, you know, his brain, that's the way his brain works. Mine does not. I don't math.
No, the older mine gets, the slower it gets, for sure.
Yeah, it sucks.
I'm like, wait, Alexa, remind me what I have to do tomorrow at 2:30 p.m.
I get it. Like, look, he said David Bednar was born 615. Pace died. It's reverse on 516, which is a date of Jerusalem temple dedication. So he's got a plethora of the authorities of the church throughout time. And I'm just like, whoa. And yeah, he's actually witnessed some ritualistic stuff happening in the temple. So no bueno.
Maybe you got to come on sometime, DJ. Like, don't be shy. This is a
Yeah.
welcoming community. This is welcoming.
I did a what do you call it? A recording or whatever with him, me, one of my mods, and KJ and the Ray. And KJ was just like, pfft. And so she was like, now what? So I mean, it's nothing I don't feel like I can salvage it to share it out, but it would be nice to have you on, just
That's
down
like,
the road, like here we are now down the road.
right.
And just to kind of maybe help us understand the ritualistic aspect of it, because it's a lot for people to grasp. It's a lot, but I think it happens so often. And because these things aren't highlighted, because of the sensationalism of it or whatever it is, it's like, that's why there's not many instances of it or people talking about it. So yeah, I hope Donna says, I hope you have a good birthday, Kresha. Are you talking about a good birthday date? Because DJ, I remember he did my mom's birthday and he was like, oh, I'd be watching out for her. So I was like, oh, snap. Anyways.
Lori should be watching out for her.
Well, yeah. When's damn Lori going to go down? Okay. Roll the dice on her. But yeah, like Stacy Cope. Stacy Cox Cope, which was the sister that died at 31. That's Melanie Pulowski's mom. Just things like that. Like I'm just like, whoa! It blew my mind. I just wish I could explain it better, but anyways.
All right, should we try and get through the memo? Like, should we try and appease all of those people who are like, "Are you ever going to read the memo?"
Allegedly. If you get tired, I do have my video pulled up of me reading it. So just if you ever tap out, just okay.
Yeah, you should have one of your mods drop that in chat so they can,
I'll drop
people that don't like us going.
yeah. Like here's a damn video, okay? I got it. Thank you. And so I need to type the Pace Memo. Thank you. Oh, you want me to pull the real one up?
I've got the real one. Yep, I've got it. Hold on. It's
okay.
This article from the Salt Lake City Messenger actually has the actual memo down embedded in it.
This is how it got out, Like and it explains up further where you were, how it got out, when it got, why it got out. They're telling the story. They were reporting on this, so to speak. And I mean, they reported on the salamander letter and all that stuff. So they're very fair with the church. They just try to hold the church accountable, which there's nothing damn wrong with that.
So where should we start? Because I think we were like 6 pages in or so. So should we try and pick up there?
Just go. Take it from the top, Joe. We took 6 videos to do this.
We did. And I have no idea where we left off.
I do have it pulled up in my Speechify app. Like I said, if you get tired, I have several outs. Okay.
All right. Do you have it converted yet? Like, has it been audified yet?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Let's do that. Sure I think that.
Okay. Let me go share my
screen. Be ready to pause. Be ready to pause and comment.
Oh gosh. I should give you the damn button. So, and I've got it reading in a guy's voice. So I think, let me make sure it don't sound robotic.
Is there like a video and audio with it so you can present both?
No, you're going to watch this, you can watch it as it reads it, but no, because I can't
listen and I'll scroll through it. Yeah. I'll scroll through it at the same time. How's that?
Okay. No, is that the one I'm showing? I shared my screen.
You did.
So maybe you have to stop that one.
Let me get back to StreamYard.
It'll show up. It'll highlight what's being read even. Hey.
There you go.
There you go. All right. So.
Do not reproduce.
You ready? Because he's ready. As soon as I pushed right there, he's like,
wait. That's a command that Mormons cannot follow. Do not reproduce.
I just sound like Woody Woodpecker just now. That's funny. That is funny and true. It's a commandment. Let's see. How do I make this larger too? Do I? Is it large enough for people? I'll just try that. All right. Ready? And do not reproduce.
Do not reproduce. Memorandum. Date.
Oh,
To from.
sometimes it'll get like the years. It'll say 19,090 or two. Anyways, you'll see.
1991.
Yes, and I'm like, what the hell? Just get it right. But it doesn't. So we just have to deal with it.
July 19th, 1990. Strengthening Church Members Committee Bishop Glenn L.
I
Pace
might change
subject.
the. Oh,
All have
shit.
developed psychological.
Sorry, I'm already messing up. All right, we'll start here. Paul,
Pursuant-
and let me change the voice. I don't like it. I have me read it, but you know.
Hi, my name to the committee's request.
That's
I am
not
writing
it. Hold on. There's only 15 of me.
in this memorandum to pass along what I have learned about ritualistic child abuse.
No.
Hopefully, it will be of some value to you as you
I hate robot sounds.
continue to monitor the problem. You have already received the LDS
One more.
Social Services Report on Satanism, dated May 24th, 1989, a report from Brent Ward, and a memorandum from myself dated October 20th, 1989, in response to Brother Ward's report. Therefore, I will limit this writing to information not contained in those papers. I have met with 60 victims. That number could be twice or 3 times as many if I did not discipline myself to only 1 meeting per week. I have not wanted my involvement with this issue to become a handicap in fulfilling my assigned responsibilities. On the other hand, I felt someone needed to pay the price to obtain an intellectual and spiritual conviction as to the seriousness of this problem within the church. Of the 60 victims with whom I have met, 53 are female and 7 are male. 8 are children. The abuse occurred in the following places: Utah 37, Idaho 3, California 4, Mexico 2, and other places 14. 53 victims are currently living in the state of Utah. All 60 individuals are members of the church. 45 victims allege witnessing and or participating in human sacrifice. The majority were abused by relatives,
That's
often their
nuts.
parents. All have developed
That
psychological
too.
problems.
Right there, where it says the majority were abused by relatives, often their parents. I'm like, well, right. That checks. You know? All right. Do I need to pick a man voice? Because I don't know. Just let me know.
Most have been diagnosed as having multiple personality disorders.
I said you're fine.
Okay.
Keep going. You got this.
All have developed psychological problems, and most have been diagnosed as having multiple personality disorder or some other form of dissociative disorder. Ritualistic child abuse is the most hideous of all child abuse. The basic objective is premeditated: to systematically and methodically torture and terrorize children until they are forced to dissociate. The torture is not a consequence of the loss of temper, but the execution of well-planned, thought-out rituals often performed by close relatives.
Bam.
The only escape for the children is to dissociate. They will develop a new personality to enable them to endure various forms of abuse. When the episode is over, the core personality is again in control.
See, people have pointed this part out where Lori she goes into lawyer mode. That really is indicative, in my opinion, of the way that David Hamblin, who's accused by his daughters and others of satanic ritual abuse. He's used hypnosis in his practice because he was a Mormon therapist who was recommended by the church, but he's no longer there. But he actually has a video of this recently of him using his, what he calls parts theory. Okay. And it's just calling up different parts of a human's brain that compartmentalize whenever there is actual abuse that occurs. So the child has nowhere to go to escape, when this is happening to them. So they dissociate, and that causes a part to appear. You see what I'm saying? It's very, 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 very and it's so deep, there's so many layers to this. It's crazy.
Yeah, and the adult dissociative disorder is also prevalent. I mean, you have
I think so.
Melanie Gibb, Melanie
Right.
Boudreau, even Lori, I think, had a little bit of dissociative disorder where
She
they
does
could.
it now.
Yes,
I think
yes.
when she dissociates from murderous Lori to lawyer Lori to I had just hit go into mom mode, she said, just all these different.
To leaning back and laughing with her advisory council in the middle of
Yep.
a trial about the murder of her husband. Even when she
Okay.
came home an hour after Alex shot him and shows up on body cam going, "Hey neighbor."
Hi neighbor, sorry. Yeah, it's really disgusting. Yeah, it's in my opinion, I feel like this happened to Lori in her childhood, and thus we have Lori today. And same thing with Jodi Hildebrandt. And I mean, I have her book, You're Not Enough, right? And I mean, she does talk about how she was, abused sexually as a child. And it's just, to me, it's indicative of hurt people. And it's like, I don't know what pushes them over the edge, or if they're raised up in this cult of, in my opinion, Satanists, people practicing not so Christian, believe. I don't know. It's weird because, I'm just saying, and I mean, I'm guilty of this too. So don't ever think that I'm coming at anybody like I'm better than you, because that's not it. I'm just saying things that I notice. And one of the things that I noticed is people getting really, or people in the Mormon church getting really excited about Halloween. And I mean, like, woo, gotta do it. And I'm just like, it's kind of interesting. I just pay attention to some things like that, where I don't know, like, anyways, because there's a lot of people that practice it or, celebrate it, myself included. When I was a kid, we celebrated it, or we'd go trick-or-treating, all the things. But I don't see that so much in like other holiday. Anyways, I don't know. That's just me I don't have any info to back that up. So not yet. Anyways, are you ready?
We're ready.
Okay. Let's see. I'm trying to find the beginning of the sentence.
When the episode is over, the core personality is again in control, and the individual is not conscious of what happened. Dissociation also serves the purposes of the occult, because the children have no day-to-day memory of the atrocities. They go through adolescence and early adulthood with no active memory of what is taking place. Oftentimes, they continue in rituals through their teens and early 20s, unaware of their involvement. Many individuals with whom I have spoken have served missions, and it has not been until later that they begin to remember. One individual has memories of participating in rituals while serving as a full-time missionary. The victims lead relatively normal lives, but the memories are locked up in a compartment in their minds and surface in various ways. They don't know how to cope with the emotions because they can't find the source.
Okay.
As they
hold
become
on.
adults and move into another environment, something triggers.
Okay.
How is somebody who is an accountant writing a report about psychological reactions to trauma, compartmentalizing? Right. What kind of training and education does he have? Like, did he do research? And this was 1990,
I don't think it mattered then, because it wasn't this. These things were not. We didn't have this vocabulary back then, not widely, at least. You know what I'm saying? Like, I come from a time whenever I used to jump up and down on my dad's, the front seat of his truck, and on front seat, I was just jumping up and down, not in a seatbelt, not, in our baby carriers, not in, it was just kind of wide open. Kids would get snatched back then. Then they introduced the whole not dare, but well, that came too, but stranger danger, yada, yada, yada. But more than likely, it's always usually someone the child knows. Okay. That's usually who does it. It's like we're all indoctrinated to know reality as one way as they present it. And then it's interesting and it it's so strange to find out later, all these years later, like myself, to find out that it wasn't to do with this, that was just basically, like, kind of like the label at that time to keep people not digging. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
just like
Right,
the
so he was-
conspiracy theorist label that came out when people were digging too much into JFK. The satanic panic label that came out before this, 10 years before this. Okay. So just think about that. And it's still lumped in with the satanic panic. And it's like a deterrent to turn people's brains off, in my opinion, and just chalk it off to, oh, that's just them Satanist people, but it's very much relevant because this is still something that was never addressed properly, never vetted out, nobody was ever held accountable for it. Thus, it's grown into what we see today, in my opinion.
Right. And how did he know to label it like that? Like he's basically like an untrained medic in the military, going and doing field dressings, or just not even doing field dressing.
He's Carl, and he's got a cell phone. Just kidding.
But he's doing analysis and reporting on trauma responses from victims using words as like compartmentalizing.
That's true back then. Yeah.
So,
yeah, he's doing the Lord's work. Okay.
Did I tell you about the former bishop that I met in line on day one?
I don't think so.
So he's related to a certain reporter that we all know. And back when he was around 40 years old, he was called to be a bishop in the church.
Mm-hmm.
And he was a really super nice guy. And he was there with, I think, his sister, because he was introduced as aunt and uncle to so-and-so. And they were right in line in front of me, so I was right behind them in line, or vice versa. But we got to talking because he's a really nice guy, and because I'm talkative and he was talkative, and he appreciated like a more intellectual level of discussion because he was obviously an intellectual guy. And he started telling me about his experiences as being like a 40-something-year-old bishop in Oklahoma.
Yeah.
And I said, so what kind, and I said, so what kind of training and experiences do you have dealing with people that were called into your office that had experienced some type of SA or DV or any of those things? And his very first initial gut reaction, which I believe was the most honest reaction, was, I had no training.
That's how it is.
Basically, I'm paraphrasing, I had no idea what to do. Now, later on in the discussion, he like couched on that a little bit, and he's like, well, the church did call us in and, teach us about this or that. And I'm like, I believe your first reaction best.
It is. That's widely known that they're laymen. They don't get paid for it. So they're just thrown into all these situations where people in their ward, that go to their church, go to them with all the problems. Right. And so it's just another layer to this, though, too, is that when people do report, and Joe, I mean, we haven't talked about this. I haven't talked about this aspect with you at all yet. So whenever, being a non-Mormon, like I am, I'm a no-mo. Anyways, I learned a lot of this through my difficult research, right? And so as I'm, going on with all this, and it's playing out, Lori and Chad's case is playing out, and so there was this headline or this news story that came out, and it was on AP News, and I read the article, and it was about 7 years of abuse, and nothing, no one said anything. And it was about this young girl and her sibling, but mainly the young girl who goes by MK, I think. And interesting if so. I just put that together. But she's adopted by people who are really helping her, make sense. But anyway, so her father who worked for Homeland Security, Paul Adams was his name. He has since self-deleted himself. But reports have gone in, like there were reports of SA, of her and her siblings, and it went to the whole clergy penitent issue, where if it's a matter of, I just think of severity, they're like, oh no, that's sacred. We can't reveal that. We don't have to be mandatory reporters if it suits us, or makes us really look bad. I'm just saying, to me, that's what it sounds like. Just like with the priest, and people confessing sins and crimes, and not only that, but people reporting abuse, and it stays in-house. And I used to think that the Mormon church, they had a helpline. And I was like, I remember my first look at that. I was like, oh, that's really cool. I think that's really good that the church actually has a 1-800 helpline that you can call if there's abuse. But then come to find out, that's not at all. It's just for appearance, because I have documents of whenever there has been reports of abuse. You can go look up a Vice news story. You can watch a video on it. Don't play it because they took my damn whole video down while I was live, because I was like, oh crap, I didn't know. Well, anyways, but they talk about, this attorney that handles all these cases, and even brought the Boy Scouts of America case. He brought them down. I mean, I'm here for it. He was a Houston attorney. His name was Tim Kosnoff. And he's been on Mormon Stories podcast a few times. He's learned about Mormonism, period. And as an attorney outside of the religion, I think that it would behoove that person to school themselves on the law. And I mean, that's a good example of it. I always was like, oh my God, I need to talk to that attorney, because he knows what the hell he knows what we're dealing with here. But anyways, but it's interesting, because did you know that the 1-800 LDS hotline was actually, I'm just going to explain it like this because it's the best way I can. It's actually like the church's way of intercepting
Right.
these claims and taking care of them in-house. And
Makes perfect sense.
yeah,
Get ahead of it.
It's so gross. From a corporate, yeah, but from someone who's teaching Jesus, and these are your little innocent lambs, and yada yada yada, and then scraping 10% off every person who, no ma'am, I don't think so.
You say from a corporate standpoint, you say yeah, and I say no, because eventually, as a corporation, that will catch up with you.
It will. Why has it not? Why has it not?
Thank you. Yes. Is that the question of the day? Somebody write that up. That's the question of the day. Why has it not?
Yeah. And I say from a corporate stance, yes, if it's not
Yeah,
dealing with children and lives,
right.
Yeah. But no, it's bullshit. And it just is teaching this double standard. Okay. Which, I mean, you can't do the double speak thing. You can't practice one thing and do another. You can't say one thing and preach one thing and do the opposite. That's what we're seeing here, where they say the right things, but their actions are like, what? That to me is the telltale with all this.
Yeah.
So, all right. Now y'all know how I feel. But ready?
Never. We never know how you feel.
And move into
another. What?
We never know how you feel. Like, you shouldn't hold it in so much.
I know, damn it. Well, I just like to be open. And I mean, I think a lot of people resonate with that too, because maybe they don't have words for it yet, or, until these things are brought up and talked about like we're doing. And I think so many more people need to do,
Yep.
What's the harm in it? Nothing. Learning the truth? Oh, God forbid. It's very important. All right. Ready?
Yep.
Okay.
Their environment, something triggers the memories, and consequently flashbacks or nightmares occur. One day they will have been living a normal life, and the next they will be in a mental hospital in a fetal position. The memories of their early childhood are recalled in so much detail that they once again feel the pain that caused the dissociation in the first place. There are two reasons why adults can remember with such detail. Events that happened in their past. First, the terror they experienced was so stark that it was indelibly placed in their mind. Second, the memory was compartmentalized in a certain portion of the mind and was not subjected to the dilution of experiences of ensuing years. When it is tapped, it is as fresh as if it happened yesterday. The memories seem to come in layers. For example, the first memory might be of incest, then they remember robes and candles. Next, they realize that their father or mother or both were present when they were being abused. Another layer will be the memory of seeing other people hurt and even killed. Then they remember having seen babies killed. Another layer is realizing that they participated in the sacrifices. One of the most painful memories may be that they even sacrificed their own baby. With each layer of memory comes another set of problems with which they must deal. Some have said that the witnesses to this type of treatment cannot be trusted because of the victim's unstable condition and because practically all of them have some kind of dissociative disorder. In fact, the stories are so bizarre as to raise serious credibility questions.
Mm-hmm.
The irony is that one of the objectives of the occult is to create multiple personalities within the children in order to keep the secrets. They live in society, without society having any idea that something is wrong, since the children and teenagers don't even realize there is another life, occurring in darkness and in secret. However, when 60 witnesses testify to the same type of torture and murder, it becomes impossible for me.
Not just torture, but torture and murder. Okay.
And how many people did he actually interview? So these are 60 people who reported this abuse.
He could have interviewed so many more had he not.
He said he didn't have time to interview more.
Right. So, but by the time the Salt Lake Messenger, Gerald and Sandra Tanner, they said that he interviewed up to 100 by the point that they had, taken over that stuff by the time the memo was leaked. And that was just one report. And so when you read the Salt Lake Messenger post about all this, it tells you all that in detail. It recounts that. So, we're just going to get through this damn thing, and then we can maybe focus more on that, plus the PDF that I had found of satanic ritual abuse in the Mormon church, and it's written by the Tanners.
And we haven't even gotten to the Underground Railroad yet.
Oh no, that's so woven into this crap. It ain't funny. Makes your head spin. It really does. So yeah, and then nobody believes them, and that's half the damn battle. I think is people just thinking that it's so hideous that it couldn't be true, and then thinking and going to their bishop, going to their church, going and being in the same ward as these people who are accused of it. And then they're like, they couldn't do that. I know them. I've had so many people vouch for people. And I'm like, were you there? Okay. Were you damn there? Were you there? And I mean, it's a simple answer to test yourself.
They would never do anything like that. There's no way.
I mean, that's them exploiting the goodness of humanity and just assuming that people are good. Okay.
And it's also cognitive dissonance. I remember when I was a little kid, and I was being indoctrinated into Mormonism. And one of the things when you're a Mormon is you try and recruit, you try and bring other people into the church. Like you're always inviting them to volleyball, to basketball, to whatever it is. You just try and get them in the church, and then you assume that they can do it. But my sister was talking and almost talked her into a close family friend into coming to church. And she had one issue with the church. And she said, I've heard all of these stories about bishops essaying girls in their private interviews. And my sister was like, oh my gosh, no, that doesn't happen. That doesn't go on in the Mormon church. Those are just like vicious
Those
rumors
are lies. Those are
against the
anti-Mormons.
Yes, exactly. They're just made up to just destroy the church. And as a
Yep.
little kid, I believed what my sister said over
Mhm.
any type of skepticism about what our
Right.
close family friend was suggesting.
A lot of people
I
are
mean,
just like that too, Joe, because they haven't dug themselves to find out for themselves, to read the accounts, to follow the stories, like you're just you of course believe your sister. Of course you do. Of course she believes how she found out, like and people saying, "Oh, that's just because whatever." So you believe all these. It's a lot of doubling down and a lot of people vouching credibility for something they have no damn idea about.
yeah.
Like, would you put your life on the line for somebody you don't know? Some people would. I've had people accuse me of trying to take the church down, and I'm like, oh, okay. I mean, what would I get out of that? First off, okay, that's not why I'm here. But to me, it's exactly the trap that so many families are caught up in, because my family was caught up in this trap. And it's already a deceptive organization, in my opinion, on top of the manipulation and deception from Lori and Chad and Alex. And you know what I'm saying? So it's just like, it's not a far stretch, whenever you when you start looking at all the things, it's like, oh my God, yeah. There's got to be so many more people like Lori and Chad and Alex. Where are they at? Anyways. But we want to graze over these things. Why? Because religion is uncomfortable to talk about, because people don't agree on it. It's just like politics. People don't agree on it. It's meant to cause division. And because these are hard subjects to talk about, with the abuse and the murder and children and all the things. And it's so like, what do you call that? There's a word for it, taboo or whatever. So you don't talk about these things. And if you don't talk about them, then all is well. But all is not well. And it's necessary, I believe. We have to get comfortable.
You have to have an open mind, and you have to turn off your
Yeah.
cognitive dissonance to break generational curses and religious curses.
I couldn't have said that any better.
You have to open it up. You have to explore the truth, and you've got to be able to believe that maybe Uncle Jerry did do something with your cousin Megan. Yeah, I mean, you can't just be like that. No, that would never happen.
My Uncle Jerry did something with Megan?
Oh no! I was making up names. No, I'm sorry.
I mean, damn it!
I forget.
Like what?
I totally was coming up with random names, and
Yeah, well, you did. Not Jerry.
they were no, and not Megan. No.
Right.
I actually was thinking of a family
Jane
friend.
and Jill.
Yes,
Or something.
thank you. I'll think of that next time. I'll do better next time. I promise.
I suck with that too. Well, I can screw up a joke every time. Yeah, Satanic Panic was in the 80s. I remember people saying there were satanic cults recruiting everyone in my high school. See, and I was born in 78, so my mom, didn't talk about that kind of stuff. It wasn't a convo in our family. But like me and my friends would once I got into high school or whatever, just saying. But it was on Geraldo. It was on Oprah. It was on all kinds of things. So, did you ever hear about it? When were you born?
Yeah. Oh yeah, Ozzy Osbourne, Black Sabbath, Stairway to Heaven played backwards. Yeah. Stairway to Heaven played backwards actually does.
It's wicked. Yeah, it does.
Hear it. Yes.
So don't let people gaslight you either. Do your own damn research. That's what they don't want you to do. And that's what they don't want us telling you to do, is to do your own research. And just that way you don't have to get it secondhand, from somebody, for yourself. Like I know for myself, when there were so many people in the beginning of this, when the kids were missing, saying, vouching for their church, because and I get it. I get saying that Lori and Chad were doing something so far off from the Mormon religion, teachings or whatever. Obviously they were. Okay. I mean, I'm just at that point in time, my uncle had been murdered. I knew it was murder. There we are. It's just like, what the hell? But I wanted to know why Lori and Chad were being called their own cult. And I'm just like, the only thing I found was the fact that, using a pop culture term that was popular at the time, which was zombie. And I mean, you think about, I will pull that one up too, if I have time. Jason Mao, he was a safety coordinator for this movie that was about teenagers being possessed and becoming zombies. Yeah.
For real?
I have
That's
a
crazy.
trailer. Yeah, there's a trailer out there that I'll pull it up.
And Walking Dead was like one of the most popular shows ever.
You know how many things? Oh,
yes.
Go ahead.
Zombieland.
Oh,
I mean,
you know how many things I pulled up when I was looking up, just zombies in Arizona area. There were so many things. I was like, holy crap, it's everywhere, And I mean, not to mention that my Aunt Susan, Vallow, whenever they would go, like my mom would go to visit Lori and Charles and spend time with JJ. And sometimes my Aunt Susan would travel with her, she's extra hands to help with JJ. And my Aunt Susan would watch The Walking Dead with Colby, while they were there. That was just a show they watched together. And I mean, it's just not that far of a fetch. It's just a concept. That's all. It's a name. It's a label of something that's the same damn thing as an evil spirit. It doesn't take far, to get there. So I think
their version of zombies was completely different than the Hollywood version, though, because they were like, okay, Charles's spirit has left his body and his body has become inhabited by a completely other. So he's not walking around like, yes.
It's bull crap. Now that didn't get brought out very much. And I'm surprised that didn't come out in Charles's trial, because she actually told people that Charles was actually shorter than she even texted Zalima and said she couldn't believe that she slept with a zombie or a demon or whatever the hell she called him.
Wow.
Yeah. And I'm like, twice you did. dirty animal. Just saying it. Anyways, she's nasty. And I'm like, does she believe in zombies, or is Lori and Chad a zombie maker? And I think the latter is more accurate. They're zombie makers, in my opinion. Yeah. I don't think they actually believe in this. I think that, I don't know. I go back and forth. It depends on what we're talking about.
Yeah. I think they're probably closer to being inhabited by evil spirits than Charles and the kids were, and Tammy.
Yeah. Oh God, yeah. They were like attracting them and then projecting them onto their victims for sure. That's a common theme, and all these people are they're projectors. We all are. When somebody says something in the chat, we can take it out of context and think it means something about us, something we did or said, and they're just hypothetically saying it, and so, I mean, it depends on it. There's a lot of things,
Absolutely. Like if you're in chat and somebody says something to you and you take umbrage with it, and you're like, why did you say this about me? Like, what did this? That says more about you than it. And if you're constantly taking umbrage with what other people are telling you, and you're constantly saying, like, what are you telling me that for? Then maybe it's time for some internal introspection.
Yeah,
maybe
especially
on social media, though, because it can get magnified on social media. Like it can.
That's where I noticed it too, Joe, was going through this case. There were Facebook groups that opened. There were, because the kids were missing. And anyways, so there were a lot of people in these different Facebook groups. And then it eventually spilled out onto YouTube and Twitter, X, whatever, other platforms. And a lot of people do take offense. And I watched that. So I'm like, there's a lot of people that take things out of context. And it just like the caps. If somebody uses all caps, I don't freaking get bent out of shape about it. I'm just, like, okay, there's other things to be a total bitch about, I mean, there's so many other things that are relevant, I think.
Right.
I'm like, some
Well,
people.
and I want to reinforce a point you just made, though, because you knew instinctively, but then you did your research that your Uncle
Mhm.
Charles was murdered,
Mhm.
right?
Automatically, immediately.
And when I met you as a person twice, 3 times, 4 times removed from the situation, I grew to know you, and I grew to trust you and what you said and your research. I was still at trial every single day because I wanted to see all of that evidence presented. And I know you could have presented it to me just like Trina K did present it to us,
Not
to
my
the
job.
public.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Mhm.
Yes.
There are too many
So,
chiefs, not enough Indians. But I mean, I'm just here to tell you things that you might not know. Like when Megan goes live, and I'm like, I always feel so bad because I bring it. If I know it, then I'm gonna share it. And if it goes with the conversation, then I'm just throwing in, well, here's this part, here's that part, here's the rest of that story. Things like that help kind of for people who don't know. And then still do your own research. Don't take it on me. Cause I mean, I'm just a human, and I'm trying the best I can too, to put all the pieces together. But, I feel like Megan will just get onto a one track mind where she's just sharing my comments and she's like, so much, and I'm just like, I'm just trying to fill the chat, like you don't have, it's not a race anyway, it's not a race either. And
and when that happens too, though, like when every other comment that you have is being posted for everybody to see, more people will have a tendency to take that out of context also.
Yeah, that too, because I don't know. There's so many parts to this case, so many moving parts at that, and it's overwhelming. So now we're just down to Brandon's case left. This is the grand finale, and this is the last push for justice. The last bit of information we'll get. I mean, unless people are actually come out and feel guilty for their part in this. Besides my upcoming prospected lawsuit that I'm working on. So there's that part. So we're waiting for that. Okay.
Bombshell, mic drop. You heard it here first, or
Yeah.
maybe not.
Yeah. It's like I want to say it. I want to shout it from the damn rooftops, but also, you want to
You'll
arm
get your chance.
the opposite person.
Yes.
I don't want to arm the people who could maybe, hide things more. So there's
They
that.
will too. They will.
And they will.
That's in their nature.
Oh yeah. So it'll all of a sudden everything will go into other people's names. You know the drill. All right. Ready?
Yep.
Personally, not to believe them. I mention multiple personalities because the spiritual healing, which must take place in the lives of these victims, cannot happen without their priesthood leaders understanding something about it. The spiritual indoctrination, which takes place during the physical abuse, is one of the most difficult to overcome. In addition to experiencing stark terror and pain, the children are also instructed in Satanic doctrine. Everything is completely reversed. White is black, black is white, good is bad, bad is good. Satan is going to rule during the millennium. Children are put in a situation.
Sorry, but that's relevant as all get out. Ruby Frankie, whenever she was addressing the judge after or right when she was getting sentenced, she said something similar to that. White is black, black is white, good is bad, right is wrong. It's just, I'm like, oh yeah, you said that. Anyways,
Where they believe
like this.
Children
Whoa. This part right here that she's about, that whatever the app's about to read, it's, in my opinion, it could show what happened to JJ before he was murdered. Okay. It's just a hypothesis. It's could have happened. Okay. So just listen, please.
Children are put in a situation where they believe they are going to die, such as being buried alive or being placed in a plastic bag and immersed in water. Prior to doing so, the abuser tells the child to pray to Jesus to see if he will save her. Imagine a 7-year-old girl having been told she is going to die, praying to Jesus to save her, and nothing happens. Then, at the last moment, she is rescued, but the person saving her is a representative of Satan. He uses this experience to convince her that the only person who really cares about her is Satan. She is Satan's child, and she might as well become loyal to him.
I say that because, I mean, these are reports that he's actually, writing about and telling about, that victims have come to him and said, such as being buried alive, which if you go and watch a report, it's a video from Joseph Scott Morgan, who has that podcast Body Bags. He's a professional expert. Something to do, I don't, like a medical examiner or something along those lines. Okay. And he spoke about, when it was coming out during trial, I don't know if it was Lori's or Chad's trial that this happened. And because I didn't see it right away, I saw it probably about 6 months ago. And when I heard him talk about this, I was like, oh my God, like I'd been hit with it for the first time all over again, because I had never thought about this situation where there were scratches on JJ's neck where he could have been alive, buried alive. This is, I didn't say this, but Joseph Scott Morgan posited that he could have still been alive. And, when you come to and realize that you can't breathe, there's no, you're buried, you're under dirt. I mean, could have. And so I'm just like, oh God, that's so hard to listen to. Right. But it's just, it doesn't go far from this. Then there's Ruby Franke, who actually documented in her own damn journals about how she was abusing her kids. Like, so telling, okay, on herself, first off. Like, why do they do that? To me, I think it's to hold blackmail over because I believe this is part of a ring, or, I would just say a ring of these generational Satanists who are doing this kind of stuff, and they get off on this kind of stuff. They're taught this kind of stuff. And then they're taught, therefore it's like hurt people. And then they take it out on their kids. And then it's gross. And it's just unnecessary too. But I mean, having a plastic bag and immersed in water, this happened to our Frankie. Ruby Franke detailed it. And JJ, my nephew, was found with a white plastic bag over his head, and then a larger plastic bag around him, and the duct tape. That's another favorite, okay, of these Satanists or these sadists, is to use duct tape. It's weird. Mormon women don't need no damn duct tape in their damn craft room, in my opinion. Not till you can trust yourself around it. I don't know. It's disgusting.
Yeah, those details of JJ's being found are, I mean, I'm in true crime and I've heard and seen a lot of stuff, and that's some of the most. Oh, I'm on mute. No, I'm not.
You're not.
That's some of the most. Yeah, that's some of the most disturbing and heartbreaking stuff for me to read, and it makes me so angry.
As it should. That's what it's supposed to do. But I mean, at least I believe, this is the way I believe that because they're generational Satanists, they're taught this. So of course it's not alarming to them, because this is something they endured maybe. And they're just, treating their children the way they were treated. And it might explain why they're so damn narcissistic. It might explain why they're the victim with everything. It might explain why Chad Daybell looks at children as perps, perpetrators. It's really, really inverted. That's the best way to explain it. So I believe so too, Pokemon. You tell them. For sure. I did pull that trailer up for Jason Mel, if y'all want to watch it real quick, or you want to wait till after this.
How many pages do we have to go? Let's do it like
we
halfway.
have 24 minutes left. 24 minutes. Huh? Watch it? Okay. Yep. All right. So this is the trailer. I'm going to go off camera here in a little bit. I'm going to smoke a cigarette, okay? So, all right. I don't know how to rewind it. Okay, here we go.
In a small western town,
Joey!
38 children went missing.
Something took our kids.
Best we can.
3 days later, they came back. But they weren't alone.
Joey, baby.
Everybody says that their children came home, but I know that didn't happen.
What do you know about what's going on? I saw you come out of the ground. He won't let you have her.
Deliver us from this evil!
Logic can't explain it. Prayer can't stop
We
it.
will evoke this demon.
Words can't describe it.
All communications are down. We will burn their bodies!
What the hell is going on?
Gotta get out of here! You cannot help her!
He will take the demon into you.
Get down!
God, take me!
Speak no evil.
Baby?
Sorry, it wouldn't go off.
Okay,
Yeah,
so,
so-
explain to us again what that was.
That I wasn't watching it, but it's basically in a western town. He said.
No, but
That-
who wrote it? Who wrote it? What did Jason Mao write that?
No, hold on. Speak No Evil was written or 2013. This is the cover for it, and it says when all the children in a small town become possessed, one mother refuses to believe that her daughter is lost to the devil and will do whatever it takes to keep her alive. Ooh, with that, let's wonder about the alleged, these casting out. What was the point of that?
So
Did they
do we
believe
know that?
Howard?
Do we know that somebody was like a fan of that movie? Like, was Jason Mao a fan of that
Oh,
movie?
Jason Mao was a safety coordinator in this movie.
Oh, okay. That's the connection that I
Yeah,
needed.
I'm sorry.
I have a short
Um,
memory.
There he is, right there. His name, Officer Man,
Wow.
actually had a part. That's interesting. Let me click that and see where that brings me. His photo's not there. So,
No,
Officer Man.
I don't think he got enough SAG award points to have his picture. And
No, but he's in another movie that, after that, that I've not been able to catch the trailer on. They get more clever, and there's ways to not share
And-
these kind of things. Just think though, Jason Mao wrote a children's book since then.
wrote several children's books, right? About the Captain
Just one
Moroni.
for sure. Oh yeah, I mean that's the war chapters, but he actually wrote an actual children's book with cartoon characters and stuff.
Wow.
I remember seeing that on Reddit. I mean it's just yeah. The police were getting the only person that I know is Jason Mao that got they inquired and got swabs on. Anyways, just
Yeah, that was
another
it.
one.
That was in the interview room, right? They're like,
Yep.
"Hey, do you mind?" Yeah, right.
Yep. And I mean, the dates that they were questioning, that threw me though, because it was more centered around when, Tammy was shot at and murdered. And I was like, well, I mean, I would think it would have to do with the kids, because even though Jason Mao has an alleged alibi, and I'm going to say an alleged alibi because I've done research into where he said he checked or where he was for the weekend that JJ was murdered, and it was in Billings, Montana, with a magician who happened to do 33 magic shows, by the way. just happened to. And the magician is from Canada. And I mean, I have his website. It's odd, but the flyers that Preparing a People and Time to Warrior Up and all those that were going on that they would put out, with Chad, with all the people on there and all the things that they were involved in, and that they were promoting. It was so, like, the one for Jason Mal that weekend was so basic. I was like, these are covers. That's what this is. There's people who are going and using these conferences or what have you. Even Tim Ballard, who has spoke at the conferences, as you know, same conferences as Jason Mal. I mean, I have a picture of Tim Ballard shaking Jason Mal's hand, taking a picture. Tim Ballard,
like Chad with one of the Osmonds. Remember that?
Yeah,
That was
like that too. I'm just like, oh, this just goes so deep into this dark world, that it's like their public persona and how they want people to perceive them. And then there's this whole underworld that's happening, and where I believe true victims and real victims in abundance exist, and it's a way for them to be and practice the way they really are and what they really believe and who they really believe in. And then there's their public persona.
Yeah. So
it's dark.
That's kind of triggering for me a little bit, because when you're raised in the Mormon church, you are taught to believe and you're indoctrinated to believe that you can achieve perfection on this earth. And if you go through all of the steps and all of the things you're supposed to do as a good Mormon, paying your tithing, going to the temple, going on a mission, marrying somebody else that's LDS, going to the temple and getting sealed to her and to your kids. Mm-hmm. Yes, all of that stuff, you can achieve perfection on this earth, and that is false to the level where it can cause, I believe, psychological damage, because most of the rest of Christianity knows that we've all fallen short of the glory of God. We're all sinners, and the only hope we have, is whatever your religion teaches you. Yes.
And the atonement of Jesus Christ covers all your sins, not just some. And so that enters blood atonement into this Mormon arena. And you achieve godhood. That's the, you what did you say? You achieve perfection.
Yes.
And so that equates to you achieve godhood, meaning that's blasphemous to a Christian.
But that relates to Lori's trial too.
Exaltation.
Yes, because if you achieve perfection on this earth, like the 3 Nephites did, you can become exalted beings. Once you're perfected on this earth, you can get translated and exalted straight to heaven. Like you don't need to die. You don't need to go through any of that. Boom, you're there.
You know what active Mormons have combated that with? They say, oh, well, that's not in this lifetime. And I'm like, are you sure you read it the right way? Because the way I read it, it's in this life.
I know what I was taught when I was growing up, and you are taught at some point in your indoctrination that you can achieve perfection on this earth.
I just realized something. Okay, I don't want to lose it. So, okay, you're exalted in this life. Oh man, I'm losing it. Oh, I'll get it back.
No, it was right there.
It still will be if it just kind of remind me what we just said. I suck with that. We're talking about reaching exaltation. Oh, and what that does on a person like Lori Vallow, on their psyche, and kind of this golden child all her life, and her parents in my opinion, used her as a meal ticket to have their cell phone bills paid, to have insurance on their cars paid, to move to all the locations where Charles and Lori moved to for free on the back of my uncle, basically. And to use people, they're opportunist, in my opinion. And I mean, I'm still trying to get there. But like Tom Phillips, he talks about how he's an ex-Mormon now, but he's actually tried to sue the church. He lives in England, and he did a interview with John Dehlin on Mormon Stories podcast back in 2012, but I want to say it was released in 2015. And he talks about his second anointing experience, and it's where Apostle M. Russell Ballard and another apostle, I want to forget his name. Anyways, there's usually two apostles that go and extend this invitation, so to speak, to members of the church who were handpicked by the prophet of the Mormon church at the time, the living prophet. So at that, I don't know who the prophet was at his time, maybe Monson or maybe Hinckley. I don't know. But he talks about how he, went through this whole process, this so-called sacred experience where he reached exaltation. He reached godhood, him and his wife, and he was dubbed a king, and she was dubbed a queen, or a priest and a priestess, and a god and a goddess. And I'm like, oh, well, that's interesting. And then so once you obtain this level of in the church, then you become members of the Church of the Firstborn. And that's what that's the church name and everything that Chad's been accused of trying to build right there. But yet they moved to Hawaii. That's where they ran. They didn't, try to hunker down, and that's what I'm saying. And it means that David Warwick is involved. It means that Melanie Gibb is involved, and they're involved in the covering up of all this stuff too. That's their jobs, And I mean, none of these people have gotten excommunicated. Lori, I don't know. There's nowhere that says so. Chad wasn't excommunicated or actually disfellowshipped until the second day into his preliminary hearing in August of 2020. Okay, after all the murders, after Tylee and JJ were found on his property. Okay, and so and he was a ward clerk, an executive secretary or whatever, and that means that he worked, with the bishop in that ward in what's it called, Henry's Fork Ward, where we have Heather Daybell testifying on the stand in his trial, saying that she would see his vehicle parked at the church meeting house, after hours, off hours. And she was like thinking he was riding there. But then it comes into play with this whole Ian Pawlowski rumor that I've heard many times. I don't have any. It's just a rumor. Okay. So just know that. But it was rumored that Chad and Ian Pawlowski were practicing dark arts in the church. Okay. I would have to assume it's that one where they're sacrificing cats. Okay. We know Chad didn't like dogs, according to Emma, his daughter. I mean, it's not. So my biggest concern was there's no crime scene for Tylee. There's really no crime scene for JJ. They say that it happened in Lori's apartment or, somewhere in the apartment complex, but where's the damn blood? Where is the rest of the story? Where's this crime scene to match up with the horribleness of how these children were found? Mainly Tylee. Where's the rest of her bones, her body? Where are the rest of her remains? And none of that adds up for me. So I'm not finished there, There's still more to that story that's not being told, that's being hidden, and that's all we're going to get legally. The rest is up to us, and for some of those liars to come out and then all of a sudden maybe grow a conscience and, fess up. I don't know. I think we'll be waiting for a long time, as we already have. But I asked this guy named Goel, who's been doing the digging into the case for David Hamblin. I asked him because, he's a Mormon. And I didn't want to offend him by my question, but I also just had to ask it. And so it took me a while, but I talked to him, we talked to each other on the phone for quite a while, and he was concerned about the fact that Chad Daybell was a gravedigger. And I was like, yeah, okay. I guess I had already become desensitized to the fact and didn't really think about it through looking at the Hamblin case and the Hamblin daughters' allegations against their own father and 144 other people, who are alleged to be participating in these festivities. Okay. And
Not
so
144,000.
no, I'm sure there are, but too many to name, I don't know. Yeah, I know. I thought about that too. But they like to revel in cemeteries. And I'm just like, oh, wow. I was like, oh my God, that's crazy. But I asked Goel, I was like, look, I mean, is it possible that for whatever reasons, that they actually drug the victims through some kind of, and oh, that thunder was bad, an inversion of ceremony, just an inversion of a rich or inverted ritual in the church meeting house without anybody knowing, why was Tammy moved? Like, what was going on there? And why did Alex Cox feel so damn confident and comfortable waiting and hanging in wait in the church parking lot while all these things were happening?
Like he did in the 2 videos we just watched earlier, where he's hanging out outside of Brandon's friend's house and outside of Brandon's father's house, just hanging out, and cops showing up.
Houses down.
Yep.
In both cases, couple houses down. That's like,
I don't think he's right in the head, or for some reason he felt like he had some type of protection, but I think it's the former more than the latter. Like, I don't think he was right in that. I don't think he was right in that.
I do.
Yeah.
I think it's both, because he was excommunicated for,
Yep. The 15-year-old, the experience with 15-year-old in Texas.
No, that's not why.
Is that why he moved?
That's why they moved.
I thought he and his wife like packed up the car one day and just like, we're out of here.
Yeah, Debbie, who wanted to move to Utah to begin with, and then boom, all of a sudden, there's a 15-year-old's dad who's after him because he was inappropriate with her. And not to mention, and that's another person that has been discredited by Adam and Rex. And I'm just like, okay, so people
the father of a 15-year-old just made it up. Is that what they said? He just made it up?
I don't know if that's what they said, but I'm just saying they're saying that Debbie was just a clout chaser, basically.
Oh, okay.
And I'm just like, okay, Diddy, you're not Diddy, first off. Okay, so there's those accusations in that case, but I mean, what clout? What are you talking about? That doesn't apply here. Okay. And so just because somebody is speaking out and it's not your rendition of how you knew your loved ones or your family of origin, then okay, so they are clout chasers, discredit, character assassinate, and done. And I mean, to me, it's just the same behaviors as what has happened with with Adam whenever Charles was asking for help. It's the same damn mob-like. It's the mob-like treatment.
And what Adam said about Megan, like they're just chasing attention.
It is the same copy and paste. You can see it for yourself. Okay, you saw the lightning, right? Or you heard it, yeah. Oh, thank you, Beach Bum. It wasn't fun, but it is with you guys, so I appreciate it. I appreciate you. You're so sweet. Yeah, and then like Jeannie Marie is saying, charges against David Hamblin had been dropped with prejudice again. Okay, so here we are. They're 30 years down the road now, and still cannot even get it to trial. Get 2 people arrested, the parents of the Hamblin daughters, and then boom, can't ever get it to the damn finish line or even the start line. And to me, it's corruption on all levels. And I think that it's healthy to think that there can be corruption in different places. Okay. It can, range from people who are actually abusers. It can range from the abusers actually using blackmail and extortion to get other people to do their bidding and to do what they need done, or they can ice them out and totally, ruin somebody's career. I mean, this happens. Okay. I mean, so that to me is not off the table. I don't ever knock anything off the table. It's raining really bad. But anyways, so you want to play some more of this, or you want to talk on that?
No, I want to talk about thunderstorms. I love me a good thunderstorm. Like living in Lafayette, Indiana, I was on the Wabash River Valley, and when a thunderstorm would come through, the thunder would just roll down the hills of the valley. Like a good lightning thunder strike would last like 20 seconds, just rumbling down the valley.
Yeah,
so peaceful. I love those.
I don't like the ones that make you jump out of your damn skin. Okay, having PTSD, I'm like, oh my god, and it takes me a while to get my heart rate back under control.
Right. No, we had one that struck in the backyard and struck our tree and traveled along the chain link fence to the house, and yeah, that was shocking.
Yeah, I had to go clean my pants. Okay, I would have had to. Yeah.
Let's carry on.
All right, carry on.
Just before or shortly after their baptism into the church, children are baptized by blood into the Satanic order, which is meant to cancel out their baptism into the church. They will be asked if they understand or have ever felt the Holy Ghost. When they reply that they have, they will be reminded of the horrible things they have participated in, and will be told that they have become a son or daughter of perdition, and therefore have no chance of being saved or loved by our Father in heaven or Jesus. All of this indoctrination takes place with whichever personality has emerged to endure the physical, mental, and spiritual pain. Consequently, there develops within each of these individuals the makings of what I call a civil war. As the memories begin to surface, there are personalities who feel they have given themselves to Satan, and there is no hope for forgiveness. Core person is an active member of the church, often with a temple recommend. As integration takes place, the civil war begins. Sometimes in an interview, personalities of the dark side have come out. They are petrified or perhaps full of hate for me and what I represent. Eventually, those personalities need to be dealt with spiritually and psychologically.
What personalities?
Are suicidal. They have been brainwashed with drugs.
Personalities need to be dealt with by.
Full of hate for me.
I think is at the bottom
Eventually,
of that.
those personalities need to be dealt with spiritually and psychologically.
By who? Who is qualified to deal with those?
So he's a bishop, or he's actually not just a bishop, but that's what they call him.
He's a member of
general
one of
authority of the 70s.
General authority. General authority,
okay.
Yes.
And so he's tasked with this. And again, he's an accountant. He's like a CPA or something, right? And so like you say, for him to be tasked with this specific responsibility that is not in his pay grade whatsoever. He's not just a regular quote unquote bishop that is a layman. So, I mean, he's up there in the hierarchy, yet he's tasked with this. And then when he actually comes back from writing these reports, they send him away on a mission in a foreign country conveniently.
Let me guess, him and his wife, because when they're
I
that
don't
age,
know, I'm sure, but I'm just saying I've heard that more than one time. I've heard this happening more than one time. But eventually these personalities need to be dealt with spiritually, which is his department, and psychologically, which is the therapy department, because that's what he's going to question these kind of things further down in the document. Where, how do we deal with this? When somebody says they participated in these things, then what, the church needs to come out with something about that. And then you're also going to hear something really soon that's going to really echo what Julie Rowe and Chad Daybell were doing. Okay. I think so. I'm like, oh yeah. Okay. You wait for their heads to pop out, You ready?
Yep.
Okay.
Most victims are suicidal. They have been brainwashed with drugs, hypnosis, and other means to become suicidal as soon as they start to tell the secrets. They have been threatened all of their lives that if they don't do what they are told, Their brother or sister will die, their parents will die, their house will be burned, or they themselves will be killed. They have every reason to believe it since they have seen people killed. They believe they might as well kill themselves instead of wait for the occult to do it. Some personalities feel it is the right thing to do. The purpose of this detail is to stress the complexity of psychological and spiritual therapy for these individuals. Our priesthood leaders, when faced with such cases, are understandably at a loss of how to respond.
Whoa,
Orthodox Council is complete.
that's what I've been saying all along.
Mm-hmm.
So first of all, they need psychological and spiritual therapy, and our priesthood leaders are at a loss how to deal with it. That
Call
may
the
be
damn
like-
cops first off. Okay.
right.
And the
Yeah,
victims
so-
of these types of crimes need to not go to their bishop, not trust their church to handle these matters. So that's where we can come in, and that's where we can, advise people to just go to the police and then go to your bishop. Okay. Just maybe go to the police first, so it doesn't end up being in-house and covered up in silence. Just saying.
Right. Be like Brandon Boudreau's dad. Call 911
Be like
and be
Charles. Be a whistleblower.
Yes. Yep. Just call 911 and be like, get the hell out of here, lady, crazy lady.
And, then watch the church handle it as they will, but at least
Right.
you have that on your side outside of
Right.
the church. Now there are, people who are cops or detectives, investigators who are committed to the church or the temple, whatever. So there's that level or that possibility of corruption as well. So to me, it just increases your odds of getting the perpetrator held accountable versus just letting people who deal with spirituality, handle it. That's we got to teach people that to go the right chain of command, like
Well, the church has their chain of command.
indoctrination about this too. They indoctrinate the bishops, the stake leaders, yeah.
We as a society should have our own other level of hierarchy in how we deal with this. And like you said,
Right.
go to the cops first.
Yeah. It increases your chances of it being outed or held accountable. I think so. Then it takes it out of the church's hands. You're not relying on them for your spirituality, your financial losses, your sexual abuse, all the things, so it's like, okay, take that out of their hands. They're not there to do that anyways. That's not what their job is.
Yeah. But let alone like they're okay. So that leaves them just scrambling to do their reputation, media,
reconnaissance or whatever.
yes,
Yeah.
right. So they're cover-ups. They're working on cover-ups at that point.
Mhm.
Not actual victim intermission.
Yeah, I actually have documents. I just don't have them on hand. But, if we ever want to look further into this, where Curtin McConkie is the go-to for the church, the law firm is Curtin McConkie. And they would allegedly use Curtin McConkie to get ahead of these things. And they would get these victims to allegedly get, I don't trust these people. So allege the hell out of all this. They would allegedly get the victims to sign off on, okay, we'll give you this much money here, but you have to sign an NDA, which is a non-disclosure agreement. And so then the victim who's been paid off or compensated for the abuse has actually now been silenced permanently by this NDA. So that's gross. That's when they finally do get attention or whatever, or the church and its law firm do actually investigate further and then find out that, oh crap, they got something here.
Right.
Anyways. And then what? Do the victims turn around and pay the church back 10%? I'm asking. These are real relevant questions. I'm just saying, like Brandon Boudreau won a $12 million lawsuit for defamation from Melanie Boudreau's attorneys about being gay and alleging that he was gay, and all the false falsities that they basically took what Melanie said and they were saying them. And so he sued them. He won the lawsuit, $12 million. I'm like, well, so did he have to pay 10%? I'm just asking. Did Chad Daybell pay 10% of $430,000 that he collected on Tammy's, insurance? It boggles my mind. I'm very curious because it seems like the church is in a good position, is all I'm saying.
Right. Win or lose, you're still winning, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, allegedly.
Allegedly.
Anyways, not in my
All right.
world, but oh, I remember what I was going to say earlier. You know how the church, I've seen this in so many different forums where Mormons go to talk about afterlife, to go and talk about the 3 degrees of glory, which are, just different levels of afterlife. And I mean, I'm like, oh my God, it's kind of sad, really, to listen to the conversations or read the conversations because they are micromanaging even their afterlives, like, oh, I can go minister here if I'm in the terrestrial kingdom, or, if you're in the celestial kingdom, you can go administer to the kingdoms below you. But if you're in the telestial, which is the bottom one, you can't go anywhere. And I'm just like, wow, this is so alarming to see and witness with my own 2 eyes, because they're conversing back and forth, because whatever, this is something they like to talk about. And I'm like, as an outsider looking in, I know they're not, framing their conversation around, oh, well, what if Krisha comes and looks one day, it's not that. It's like a glimpse into their world and it's unfiltered, it's like, whoa, this is crazy. But if you think about it in that aspect, and this is what I kind of correlated, is that Lori does the same thing with her victims in their afterlife, where they have forgiven her. I mean, I don't know why they would forgive her because, she didn't do anything wrong according to her. So no reason for that, right? But she even controls them and says they visit me, they forgive me, they're busy,
Tammy did.
in heaven. I know what they're doing.
Tammy Daybell visited her in jail, right?
That's what she
Didn't
said.
she say that?
Mm-hmm. Yep. And so I'm like, she's doing the same damn thing that all these other active members are doing. And control. I thought it was more, and it is a control thing.
How well did she know Tammy Okay, I just had this like, how well did she know Tammy Daybell if Chad was the one that was coming to Arizona and she was inviting him to Austin when they still lived in Texas?
She doesn't know her. She's just, that's her way of being a bitch. And taking that away from us. Okay. That's another way of torturing and controlling the narrative, and to exonerate herself, to say, oh yeah, well, I know what Tylee's doing right now and she's busy, and yeah, so I know where she's at. I know where she is. So nothing to see here, and it's like this extra level of,
she has extra
disgusting.
Levels of lots of stuff. She has
Yes,
lots of extra.
she
levels.
is extra, period, in a story.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the one word.
And not in a good way, like a burrito with extra stuff on it.
Right. Oh yeah. I made spaghetti tonight.
Spaghetti sounds good. I almost made a meatloaf, but I ran out of time because I was planning on going 2 hours earlier.
All right. Well, no, I'm still glad that, yes, I'm always going to be down for these Tuesdays. I think they're interesting. Yes. I think people here find this fascinating too. And like, there's just more here,
The more you know.
The more you know. Okay.
Ineffective. For example, some victims have been told that this all happened in their past and that they should put it behind them and get on with their lives. This is just not possible. Part of the spiritual therapy necessary is for priesthood leaders to assist with the conversion process of the personalities who have been indoctrinated into Satanism. Victims must integrate their personalities so that they can function as whole persons and be able to deal with their problems and then get on with their lives. Often, some of the parts will begin to act out, perhaps promiscuously, and a good-intentioned priesthood leader following the General Handbook of Instructions, will disfellowship or excommunicate an individual. All this does is reinforce the satanic indoctrination of the victims that they are no good. I'm sorry to say that many of the victims have had their first flashbacks while attending the temple for the first time. The occult along the Wasatch Front uses the doctrine of the church to their advantage.
Whoa, 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 whoa,
For
whoa, whoa,
example,
whoa, whoa,
You heard
whoa,
that.
whoa,
That's,
whoa, whoa.
did you see Julie Rose picture flash? Okay. That's very relevant here. Yeah.
That's huge.
The occult
Satanic
along the Wasatch
indoctrination.
Front. Oh, wait,
Yes.
where you at?
I heard
Here, I'm
satanic
here.
indoctrination while visiting. I'm muted?
I said I'm here.
No.
Victims
Okay.
must integrate. Okay.
I
Oh,
was
it's
down on
interesting
the
too because David Hamblin talks about parts theory, and here we go. Often some of the parts will begin to act out, perhaps promiscuously, and a good intentioned priesthood leader following the General Handbook of Instructions will disfellowship or excommunicate an individual. And so all this does is reinforce the satanic indoctrination of the victims that they are no good. And then
Right.
I was
I got cut up in the next sentence. I'm sorry to say that many of the victims have had their first flashbacks while attending the temple for the first time. How are you having satanic indoctrination flashbacks in the LDS temple?
because they're happening in the temples. There you go, huh? Right? That's my first response.
Or there were very similar ceremonies that went on at the indoctrinations that also go on in the temple, perhaps.
That's the accusations here are that, these satanic people are taking let's be honest here. Are these satanic worship or whatever, these people like Chad Daybell and, in my opinion, the Hamlins and, all these people, are they taking and exploiting the temple ritual, or could it be much more sinister than that? And I'm of the latter. Okay. I'm there because I know the leaders of the church aren't they're not that great. Okay. They're less than mediocre.
Are you raising your right hand in affirmation? I saw you raise your right hand.
No, I'm raising my arm to the square. Okay. Okay.
Yes. That's what they do in the church. Yes.
So to me, I'm just like, you already have inverted pentagrams on the outside of your church, but yet you have Tim Ballard and Hannah Stoddard go on the History Channel and swear up and down that it's just people, it's really a good sign that Jesus really used and da-da-da-da. So hush the naysayers, who are calling this shit out. Okay. And then just keep on going to the Satanic Church. Okay. All right.
Well, for people whose mind is being blown right now about this memo, I'm just going to remind you again, if you haven't been here from the start of us reading this, this was written by a higher up in the Mormon church who performed an investigation into these practices. And these are the results of somebody who is a higher up in the Mormon church, like high up. Yep.
It's I mean, there's so many things that people have to discount, okay, in order to just keep believing all the things. And to me, it is that cognitive dissonance that is a hell of a thing to break with all this. I think once you get past that, or maybe this happens, maybe it has to happen to somebody that you do love, and then you're like, oh, and then you start kind of seeing how it works, and then, I just don't want it to come to that if I can help it at all.
Wait, Kresha, you got to read that. Is that true?
Okay, according to Chandler Pace, According
to Chad, Elder Pace.
What?
Elder Pace gave him his blessing when he was 14.
Shut the front door, girl. Point me in the direction where you found this. Please. Holy shit. I mean, I remember some parts in there's this one that I have a recording of. It's because Chad Daybell's reading his actual book himself, and it's disgusting. But he talks about how he went to one of these conferences and he loved it because it was like the front row. And I don't know if it has to do with that, but it just sounds really creepy. Well, Pammy, we appreciate you being
It's
here.
okay. Yes,
Yeah,
it's okay.
we forgive
We'll
you.
catch you up. We're getting caught up now.
You can still get into our heaven. Okay. We're not trolls. Okay. Oh,
We won't tell you. We won't tell you about which level until you like get into the afterlife. Then we'll
I
assign
pulled
you a
this
level.
up. I don't know because the inverted pentagrams on the LDS Mormon temple, and this is of Tim Ballard and Hannah Stoddard. It's up to you. I can go. They talk about it. That's Hannah Stoddard. She's with the Joseph Smith Foundation. Her dad and Chad were friends and would speak on the same circuit.
Let's talk about it.
All right. So there's Timmy. Oh, Timmy. All right. So, and just know this going into this, that Tim Ballard was knighted as a Knights Templar. Okay. In 2015. So just sit on that for a second. All right. I might speed it up so that, it's a History Channel. So they have
a lot of the things that Masons do are things that are very familiar to Latter-day Saints who participate in temple worship. And the question we have to ask is, why did this group, first of all, why did they possess them? And that's a mystery. There's a lot of theory behind it. A lot of people believe that these symbols and signs of Masonry were preserved through the days of the ancient Israelites and Solomon's temple, and that Jesus Christ himself taught these principles in mortality, and that they were things that were given to the apostles. And that somehow this group of what we call the Masons, perhaps through a Templar connection, perhaps through another way, through the apostasy, they preserved these signs and symbols.
When we speak of Masonry, often the Masonry of today is confused with the Masonry of the late 18th and early 19th centuries.
No, ma'am.
On the one hand, we have a contemporary fraternal organization. And on the other, we have ancient symbols and rites that were handed down through time to the founding fathers.
Further investigation reveals another occult symbol traced directly into the streets of Washington, D.C. A pentagram.
Oh, no.
And its southernmost tip points directly to the White House.
Latter-day Saints are accused of being Satan worshipers because some of our early buildings, the Logan Temple, the Salt Lake Temple, the Nauvoo Temple, all three of them have inverted 5-part stars on them. There are 40 on the Salt Lake Temple. Every window on the Nauvoo Temple is an inverted pentagram in a circle surrounded by 3 stones at each of the 4 cardinal directions. 12 stones. Here we have an inverted pentagram surrounding the Nauvoo Temple. The temple designed by Joseph Smith, the prophet of the Restoration. Why would he put a pentagram on one of the most important early temples? The pentagram is perhaps the oldest graphic symbol on the planet, discovered in ancient Babylon. For centuries, for millennia, it was tied to light, to creation.
So is this a church apologist? Is he like saying there's a decent reason for this?
Well, Janelle just said Val Brinkerhoff, and I'm like, no, because he looks familiar, right? Val Brinkerhoff is where I've gotten a lot of material from about the vibrations and all the things, and the 144,000 dark, and there's 144,000 of light, and just all the belief system that backs up all what Lori and Chad were doing. Okay. And so when she said that, I mean, I've seen this multiple times, and I didn't know if it said that somewhere, but he does look familiar. So that's why I was like, what? And so is that Val Brinkerhoff, who was excommunicated?
Okay. That would explain it.
Why would they use him in this documentary then? That's what I'm saying. Okay. And he has done photography at the temples, for the temples, Oh, she said yes. Oh, shit. Okay.
So is he? So is this documentary more apologist towards the church and like explaining why it's okay for them to use inverted pentagrams?
Mm-hmm.
For real? Oh, yes. because and then I noticed early on the gal said, well, you know, the ancient ritualistic things, we don't believe in those these days, like the
Right.
modern Masons, Freemasons, and
They're
all of
good.
those people. Yeah,
They're good doers.
they don't use symbols or symbols and secret combinations
You
and all
know,
that anymore.
none of that.
No, they're
None
okay.
of this. Okay.
They're
None of
perfectly
that.
fine.
I see it more and more now that I know to look for it, or I know that it can be used. They say in plain sight, and I'm just like, I've never seen anything. Show me the damn things. And then I'm like, I open my mind a little bit because I'm like, maybe I don't know. But you do see it. You start to see it. I mean, there's Julie Rose standing in front of a pizzeria, okay, the day that the kids were found. And I'm like, oh, I never noticed that till I went back and I was like, oh, snap, like, oh my God. I never noticed when Chad was in Hawaii, when Lori was going to her first hearing, and he's sitting outside somewhere, I guess the courthouse, and he's in a white, button-up shirt, long sleeve with a blue tie and blue pants on. And there's a woman who, you can tell she's Hawaiian or whatever descent. She's sitting there with him, and he's doing his hand like this, I'm like, whoa, I'm just like, you just start to notice things. I noticed Judge Boreski did a couple weird or questionable things. And I mean, I just take note of these things. I'm not here to be like, oh my God, but I'm here to like, okay, maybe I need to expand my view of how I view the world that I live in, that I was indoctrinated to believe is one way. And then I'm finding out little by little, and sometimes lots by lots, holy crap, they lied, like they lied. And so it's like, what version are we getting? And what version is your fellow person, aware of, to where, we're all on different levels. It's so crazy. And I mean, this woke me up, and it has been waking me up. And I'm just little by little, gradually just kind of taking note of these things. And then I they can play into my bigger picture and into my analyzation of how I see things, and especially this church. And
well, we live in such a society that is dominated by conspiracy theorists that offer us wacko offerings on a regular basis. The twin towers. I mean, and when I say wacko, I mean like to the everyday man's way of thinking that clashes with our cognitive dissonance. Like, we don't think that the Twin Towers was really a conspiracy. Like, you can show me 40 videos.
You go and research it. I'm just saying.
No, I have too much on my plate already. But I mean, like, but if you go down the rabbit hole as far as you've gone down, and you see this video and you see the other, yeah, it makes you do a double take and be like, you know what?
Maybe question everything.
Yes, maybe I have to consider the grassy knoll theory. I have to consider it.
I've never, and I wrote a essay back in high school on JFK, and I mean that's one that I've never gone and researched all that, because it probably just pissed me off anyways. But I mean, my thing is, you also know that the CIA was responsible for coining the term conspiracy theory, so just know that. And so sometimes when things are a little too close to home and people are talking a little too much, you sometimes need to put a harmful label on it, and it keeps people from researching, because then people start to and yeah.
Right. It keeps us from accepting fact, because we automatically will interpret fact as fiction because, oh, it's a conspiracy theory. They're just throwing stuff at me that I have no way of verifying. But that goes to the cognitive dissonance of this case right here. Like, we have to do our own research, like you've been doing for years, and figure out fact from fiction, right?
Yeah, right. But I mean, okay, also know that Lori was somewhat right and correct when she said that the state has a story that they make up and that they have to stick to, kind of. I mean, except I call it the state in all these cases. They do have the evidence from point A to B to C to D and so on and so forth. However, because they don't have forthcoming freaking, perpetrators and, client or whatever, I'm saying, defendants, then they do have to fill in the blank, so to speak, and make it go from this point to this point to this point to create as little reasonable doubt as possible in order to convict their defendant, to the perp. And that's their only job, is to convict and to get the convictions. Okay. They're not there to tell the story. Hopefully they do. Sometimes it's not the correct story, not all of it. That's how I see it. And I mean, that's my take. I said that before Lori said that in her
right.
In that interview.
Well, and it is evidenced right now by current big cases. Like in the case of Karen Reed, it feels like to a lot of people who are free Karen Reed people that the state maybe didn't literally frame her, but maybe Canton PD did literally frame her. But because of how crappy the investigation was and how we can't get from point A to point B to point C to point D, that she's necessarily guilty. But I guarantee you 99.9% of Americans believe that Lori Vallow Daybell is guilty, with or without how well that Chandler PD did or did not do with their investigation. Like, how did they determine that was not a quote unquote DNA sensitive scene from the beginning and take a whole buttload of DNA? How did they not?
You're already there. Just do it. Okay.
Yeah. All right.
My thing is, you're there, you're locking the crime scene down, get in there. Okay. Just get all your people. And then, the prosecutors and people prosecuting the cases can have this stuff done. The investigators who are investigating it can have it in order to say, oh yeah, well, I have this and I have this. But it sucks when it's not documented for sure.
At least we got the right verdict. At least most of us believe that we got the right verdict in that case, and we got justice for Charles.
Oh, that one, yeah, I definitely follow it.
Oh yeah, no, not Karen Reed. I mean, gosh,
I can't. I'm just like, I don't get it. I ain't got time.
No, but in this case, we believe we got justice for Charles.
Yeah,
we got justice for your uncle. Whatever the deficiencies were in the investigation, the case, the jury found her guilty, so we can move on to the next one.
And that's, in my opinion, it has to be a lot of these, or people like Lori, okay, who I believe are guilty as all get out. I mean, from the word go, okay, but that's me. I'm biased, and it's what was I going to say? Damn it! I hate when this happens.
Because I talk in
holes. I'm sorry, I've just remembered. They poke holes in the investigation and the chain of custody and all the things because they ain't got nothing. Okay. Evidence will show, the evidence will show, and the evidence showed that she didn't have any evidence to show. Okay. And so that was interesting, but yet here she is exploiting the judicial system when she should have just pled guilty and gotten out of our hair a long time ago, or told the truth,
right,
or not done it at all.
Her fate and her destiny is already determined. In fact, could you say it's predetermined?
Yeah.
Her fate is now predetermined, right?
According to how she believes, and I believe what ceremony would have given that belief. If not, there's one just like it, that I believe that modern polygamy is being practiced even to this day. Why would it stop? It's so important. Of course, it's gonna stop to the outsiders because it was to benefit the church and Mormons at that time, because they weren't, the government was trying to get them to stop practicing polygamy, and they're like, yeah, we disavowed it. Okay. But then they're like, bleed the beast, and I mean, I'm just like, it's like a slow covert way of being two-faced. Like, hi, we're friendly, but yet we're going to ride in and we're going to save the damn country that's hanging by a thread. When the Constitution, the dog whistle, the Constitution's hanging by a thread is called out, which, I mean, President Trump did say that, and I'm not trying to start any wars here, but Glenn Beck has said it.
You said the T word.
I said the T word, and I say rump right behind it, because I don't care. I was not, like, I still don't care. I'm not political. There's not a political bone in my body, but I'm anti-corruption, and I followed the trail of evidence and the trail of people that surrounded Lori and Chad, Tim Ballard being one of those people. And I mean, Trump, I had to sit there and look at it objectively when Trump had sat Tim Ballard in the White House, and here he is not actually saving anybody through his organization, and yet there's Trump doing that. And I have to question President Trump's is he okay to make these kind of decisions? Because I know what kind of guy Tim Ballard is. Was I there? No, but there's plenty of evidence that says that. I'll be like my mom and say there's plenty of evidence that said he did. I'm just saying, people are corrupt, and nobody in my world, nope, not one person in my world, including myself, is exalted to that level. Nobody has just gotten the free ticket in my mind. Everybody is capable of doing bad things just as much as they're capable of doing good things. Okay. As above, so below. So I don't trust anybody in that sense. Like, I trust humanity because I've seen it for myself. When you're dealing with the worst possible case scenario with your own family, and it's, you're dealing with it publicly, like we have. I've seen the worst in humanity when all these, when the kids' bodies were found. That's just the worst day ever. And then I see the good in humanity, all these good people who are in chat, who are here. They're not just talk. They're here. They're showing you. They're showing me. They're here. They care. That's the good in humanity that I believe in. And, that's what makes me not just give up and say, oh, they're all bad. I don't think that. I don't. But I think there are some bad apples who help other bad apples get into positions that enable bad apples to get away with all their bad apple jobs and crimes.
And it's funny where religion comes to play in that philosophy. Like, if you take that philosophy and expand it way out and extrapolate it way out, as a society as a whole, either in this country or in this entire world, are we evolving or are we devolving? Right. And if yes, it does. It really does. Not just who you listen to, but who you believe and who you spend most of your mental energy on.
Who you endorse, who you give power to.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yeah. So there's a lot of people that give. If everybody today were to say, I'm out, I can handle my own spirituality and my own God, Jesus conundrum I can do it myself. I don't need a middleman. And they left the church today and stopped paying tithing and stopped listening to the authoritarians that are coming out of there telling you how you should live your life. But then while they're doing a whole opposite thing, okay, then I think that would fold that entity right before your eyes, basically, because you're not giving that person or that organization your power. You're not taking up for it. How many people have said that I must be crazy or I'm trying to take down the church because of just me trying to just talk about it, just trying to have a conversation. It's very intimidating to be in this position and to talk about these things, because these aren't things that people want to talk about, and especially when they're involved in it. Yeah, no, that's a lynching for Cresha, I'm just saying.
But this is how you and I can empower people, though, by talking about the truth and exposing the truth. And you with your philosophy, you just stated that if each individual person would take their own individual responsibility and accountability and take away the power of the people and the power away from the organizations. Yeah.
Over yourself. My God. Like Pammy just said, that's where I am. Precious. Sorry. I just am. Don't be sorry. The Lord hears me in my living room or on my porch or off at the grocery store or in your damn bathroom. Okay. Because even the Pope he sits when he uses the bathroom. He puts his pants on one leg at a time, just like me, just like you. He is not above all. You know what I'm saying? And same for these Mormon leaders. Okay. And just Scientologists, all the people. Okay. We are equal all the way across the board. Whites, blacks, all the races, all the genders, we are equal. And where they come in, these big, powerful organizations, and they throw their weight, but we give them power. We buy from them. We give them business. We bitch about them, but then we still go and shop with them, or we give them our money. We give them our power. We give them our our subscribe, basically. It's just over in that world, it's through money and shopping there, or obeying their rules or whatever, belonging
We give
to
them
this.
we give them our mental energy because they want to establish a hierarchy in
That's
our
it.
society, that one political party is better than another, one race is better than another, one
And they own all of
socioeconomic
it.
class is better
They
than
own
another.
all of it.
Right.
I've actually read the Jesuit Oath. And thank you, Dr. Vonda K. She gifted you 5 Joe Schmoe memberships.
Oh, thank you.
Awesome. And Janelle says,
Dr.
100%.
Vonda, hold on. Dr. Vonda, find a way for me and Travis Williamson to get together, because I do know who he is. He and I have had actually conversations in chat before, but we've never talked. So find a way to hook us up, because he's a really intelligent legal mind that I wouldn't mind picking from time to time.
We know. Janelle says 100% Crusher. It's called being part of the medicine wheel. The wheel consists of black, red, white, and yellow, the cultures of the earth, but we are all one. Yeah. I read the Jesuit Oath. I need to publish it. I've had it ready, but it's the Jesuit Oath. And then you think about there's all kinds of other oaths that people belong to, these organizations, like Tim Ballard belongs to the Knights Templar. Jim Caviezel is a Jesuit, okay, and was he knighted? It was Paul Hutchinson, Tim Ballard, Eduardo Verrestegui, and Paul Hutchinson. Did I say Paul Hutchinson? Anyways, Sean Reyes, the former Utah AG. Okay, yeah, they were all knighted in 2015, but just saying, there's different oaths for different organizations. So you have the one in the temple, of the church. Then you have the Jesuit oath. Then I'm sure there is a Knights Templar oath. You just got to find the right one. But none of them talk nicely about us. And then by us, I mean everybody beneath them. And that's exactly how they look at us. They look at us as less than insects, because that's what we are, is what they say. They don't want us to say this. And so I probably need to shut up, because that's when you end up one of them blue labels underneath in your description box. It's like, if you want more information on the Freemasons, and I'm like, oh snap.
Right.
And so you have to wonder where all these platforms, the church owns stock in Google, the church owns stock in this iPhone with that bite taken out of the apple. Okay. I mean, just the church owns stock in beneficial life insurance. Just they bailed them out even of financial trouble not long ago. And Barry Cox used to work for beneficial life insurance. My uncle worked selling and helping people with their financial whatever. I lost the word. Futures. Okay, we'll just say that. And with life insurance. Okay. So Brandon Boudreau dabbled in life insurance. And I'm just like, so do they pay 10%? Okay. And so they're doing business with beneficial life insurance. And then they go ahead and make them money, because it's an MLM. All right. In my opinion. And then the church just double dips, because people were paying 10%. And the no. They're in the good graces of the church, and it's very harmful. It's very elaborate and powerful because of so many tentacles it has.
Right, and it keeps separating their hierarchy, making the rich richer and the poor poorer, and the middle class supporting. Also getting poor, actually. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm way poor. I'm in the poorhouse literally right now. Okay. But no, I mean, I don't define my life. It's not based off of how much money, thank God, because I would not have a good outlook, but it's what we carry in our hearts and how we contribute to society. Okay. That's how I believe you're rich or poor. There's people who are bankrupt there's no soul. Okay. We've met a couple of them through these cases. They're morally bankrupt. And that's scary because there's a lot of victims usually around them. And it's usually not alarming the first go round, it's just this time pattern, the behavior pattern history is very telling, and it just kind of progresses, especially with Lori. It's, and she's quick. She moves quick. But all right, I'm gonna watch this again right here where she said Val Brinkerhoff, and I just thank you, Janelle. Oh my God. Which Val Brinkerhoff has a book, and I actually ordered it a long time ago. And on the cover, he's an artist. So on the cover of the book, it actually has Jesus, but he looks like Val Brinkerhoff. It's Val Brinkerhoff Jesus. Very interesting how that artist, would draw what it was very easy for me to go, wow, that's very telling in my opinion. So ready? We're gonna go.
Further investigation reveals another occult symbol traced directly into the streets of Washington, D.C., a pentagram. And its southernmost tip points directly to the White House.
Latter-day Saints are accused of being Satan worshipers because some of our early buildings, the Logan Temple, the Salt Lake Temple, the Nauvoo Temple, all three of them have inverted 5-part stars on them. There are 40 on the Salt Lake Temple. Every window on the Nauvoo Temple is an inverted pentagram in a circle surrounded by 3 stones at each of the 4 cardinal directions, 12 stones. Here we have an inverted pentagram surrounding the Nauvoo Temple, the temple designed by Joseph Smith. The prophet of the Restoration. Why would he put a pentagram on one of the most important early temples? The pentagram is perhaps the oldest graphic symbol on the planet, discovered in ancient Babylon. For centuries, for millennia, it was tied to light, to creation, to healing. Some of the old healing professions and doctors used the pentagram as a symbol of healing because it has those connections of light, divine geometry, healing and perfection. Of course it would be tied to Jesus Christ, and it is. He cast out evil and darkness. He cast out evil spirits.
We don't believe in light dark.
It started in 1855 with a French Catholic deacon who was also a Mason. He was kicked out of the Catholic Church. He was kicked out of Masonry. His name was Alphonse Louis Constant. He was into magic and into some unusual things. He took the upright 5-pointed star, a symbol of light, and he inverted it and put it on his first book of magic, making it a symbol of the occult and darkness.
Alphonse Constant changed his name to be Hebrew, and he became known as Eliphaz Levi. This researcher of what he called the ancient doctrines used the pentagram in conjunction with the tetragrammaton to create a symbol blaspheming the sacred name of God. The tetragrammaton is Greek. It means 4 letters. The tetragrammaton has reference to the 4 letters in Hebrew which create the Lord's name. The Lord's name is pronounced by most biblical scholars and Hebrew linguists as Yahweh.
According to Jewish practice, the name of God is treated with such reverence that verbally pronouncing the name is avoided. Writing the name unnecessarily is also avoided, even resulting in abbreviations for the name.
The god of the occult is most commonly represented in satanic illustrations by the tetragrammaton. Occultists consider the Hebrew names of God like Adonai and Elohim to hold power, and none of these is more powerful to them than the tetragrammaton. Clearly, the use of the tetragrammaton and other names of God by Satanists does not make the names of God evil any more than their adoption of the pentagram makes the pentagram evil.
In my era, when there was DVDs and videos that we'd rent, I'd go to the movie store and we'd see scary movies often had an inverted pentagram on it. And so I did a little survey, and I found about 10% of all the scary movies, especially those dealing with the occult, had an inverted pentagram in a circle on it. That's exactly the symbol that was on the Nauvoo temple. No wonder people associated Latter-day Saints with the occult. What they don't understand is the history of that symbol.
Well,
Hmm.
yeah, to learn their version of the inverted pentagram.
Yeah.
Don't go
He mentioned something in there. First of all, he said two things that struck my attention. The inverted or the pentagram was first discovered in ancient Babylonia. I'm like, it was discovered? How do you discover a pentagram? You're just like walking in the woods one day and you look down and, holy crap, that's a pentagram.
Yeah. Why? How did that happen? Yeah.
I'm going to have to start drawing this in my books.
Yeah.
On my papyrus. No, and then he said the inverted pentagram became a symbol of perfection.
There you go.
He said a symbol of like 4 or 5 things, but that's a big Mormon thing is perfection. Like we're trying to perfect ourselves through this mortal life.
Good catch. And yeah, and Janelle says this is Hannah's father. He is dead now. And if you go look on, there was a video that was exposed by the Facebook group called True Crime Underground. Okay. And they have a YouTube channel as well where they share the Melanie Gibb recording that was captured by Sherry Dowdle. And they also have Hannah Stoddard talking to her mother like a damn dog. Okay. So that little girl that was just talking like that, all innocent and pure and delightsome. Talking to her mom like a damn dog. So go check that out. You know, and just saying at people and their actions and what they say do not align in any of these. Right. Not Bell, Brinkerhoff, but the other man who was dark haired. I don't know. I'll have to go look at the comments afterwards to tie those together because I don't know what she's referring to before that. But all right. So this right here is an example, in my opinion, of Julie Rowe, Chad Daybell, Tim Ballard, Tom Harrison, Jody and Ruby, okay, David Hamblin. It's an example of exactly, this whole multiple mortal probations, reincarnations crap. That's what this next part is. And they're talking of, this is based out of 1989. So here we are, 2025. And it's very, very relevant.
What's really odd was that Trina didn't call any actual Mormon experts to testify about what is mainstream LDS doctrine.
Like John Glenn. Yeah.
Yes. She asked Adam about it, and Adam's like, oh, no, she's way out there. But if I were Lori, I'd have been like, well, Lori didn't call any experts in her own defense. So and she didn't provide any defense.
That John Pryor actually contacted John Dehlin about testifying for him, but he said not no. He was like, F no. He said, fuck no. Straight up. Yeah.
I probably would have to.
Oh God, yeah. Who would want to be all up in that? I get it. But you're right.
Was so creepy. Like that dude was only 75% as creepy as Chad, but he was 75% as creepy as Chad.
Who?
Pryor.
Oh, yeah. It's like they got to be related somewhere down the tree.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
He doesn't gross me out. Lori grosses me out more, though. I'll tell you that. She gets on my nerves way more. I know. But again, I have bias, though. All right. So right here.
For example, the verbiage and gestures are used in a ritualistic ceremony in a very debased and often bloody manner. When the victim goes to the temple and
missed it.
hears the
Hold on.
exact words,
Right here.
horrible memory, the occult along the Wasatch Front uses the doctrine of the church to their advantage. For example, the verbiage and gestures are used in a ritualistic ceremony in a very debased and often bloody manner. When the victim goes to the temple and hears the exact words, horrible memories are triggered. We have recently been disturbed with members of the church who have talked about the temple ceremony. Compared to what is happening in the occult along the Wasatch Front, these are very minor infractions. The perpetrators are also living a dual life. Many are temple recommend holders. This leads to another reason why the church needs to consider the seriousness of these problems. In affect, the church is being used. I go out of my way to not let the victims give me the names of the perpetrators.
Why
I
not?
have told them that my responsibility is to help them with spiritual healing and that the names of perpetrators should be given to therapists and law enforcement officers.
Why aren't you giving them to law enforcement officers,
Was
dude?
it mandatory reporting back then? I don't think so. And that's something we need to
I'm
look
going to
into.
have to research that. It would
Right.
be at the very least moral and ethically
Right.
mandated.
He knew, I mean, by saying that right there, he knew the difference, right? But he was just only looking into the spiritual aspect of it. Said himself, you know. So I know that's something that's on my list now. Okay. Because I want to have an answer for that. Ready?
However, they have told me the positions in the church of members who are perpetrators. Among others, there are young
Holy
women
cow.
leaders, young men leaders.
I just Googled it.
Oh, shit.
This is ridiculous. In Utah, it is not currently mandatory for clergy to report abuse they learn about in confessions.
And then you get to the states that do require it, and then it becomes, oh, well, that's spiritual. And so they get to make the decision of that. And they did that, something to this effect, with intervening or inserting themselves into this case of Chad and Lori Daybell when the kids were missing. And so this is why it pisses me off a great deal. And this is where it crosses the line, in my opinion. When the church mailed out or sent out notifications to members in the ward that Chad was in, reminding them of a 2010 policy that the church had to, not participate in investigations, to go to the church first because it might implicate the church in wrongdoing. So they tainted the jury pool, in my opinion, got people to shut up. So they obstructed justice, in my opinion. And they really did not help, but they hurt the investigation looking for the two missing children who are also members of their church. There's a news story on it.
Okay, there's more information. There's another article when I went down the list of Google results. In Utah, as of May 2023, so exactly 2 years ago, citation code 80-2-602, when any individual has reason to believe that a child has been subjected to abuse or neglect, or observes a child being subjected to conditions. So is this pro or post Jody and Ruby? Or observe a child being subjected to conditions or circumstances that reasonably would result in abuse or neglect, that individual shall immediately report the alleged abuse or neglect to the nearest peace officer. So there was a law change in 2023 about children that could be subject to abuse or neglect in Utah.
Will they adhere to it, though? That's why I question that. Will they adhere to that, or will they have even more stipulations and more red tape where they get to make the call when it suits them? And so that's my thing.
More pressure to report it to the church, but not law.
Yeah. This is that news story.
Okay.
If you want to listen to it real quick. Okay, I'm pushing it. Play. Okay. It just went for me, and then now it's not. The hell. Let's see. Try that again. See how I did that?
It's like that.
I hate pop-ups. Come on. I'm pushing all the buttons. Let's try this. God dang. And we'll probably have to watch an ad. You know.
Yeah, Bob Kelly, when we reached out to the church for clarification on this policy, a spokesperson told us the reason they're asking leaders to reach out is so they can tell them no. Quote, that's the whole point, is that local leaders shouldn't get involved in any type of court case. We've spoken to attorneys, we've spoken to members of the church, and we've spoken to former members of the church who say that statement causes them concern about obstruction of justice.
To have the church put out a statement like this, I'm really concerned about it.
Joanna Smith is a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints who says she is not afraid to speak up, even if that means disagreeing with the prophet.
I have been called less of a Mormon multiple times over my life. Mormonism's in my blood. It's who I am.
In this case, she's concerned about a letter, a reminder outlining a policy that would prevent leaders from getting involved in any court case without permission from the church. Quote, however well-intentioned, church leaders sharing information in legal proceedings can sometimes be misinterpreted and even damaging.
I think it's very clear what their priorities
Damaging
are.
to who?
For corporation,
Damaging to
for
who?
religion, I definitely think that victim
to the church.
100%. Like something that could be helpful to a victim might be damaging or misleading about the church. And that was
Correct.
signed by Russell M. Nelson. That was
Why
signed
did they do this? To me, it hindered people from coming forward who are already not really likely to come forward. You know what I'm saying? But this sealed the deal, so to speak. In
this
their
is getting me
mind.
all fired up. You're going to get me all fired up. And
Well, you know, people have forgotten about these things. And I'm here to remind, you know, so I'm sorry, but you know, it's part of the story.
We've got 180 people here in chat. Somebody needs to get fired up with me. about
They
this.
know they're getting fired up too.
Good.
You know,
Good. Let's go.
I don't want. Yeah,
it's very clear what their priorities are. Maybe not for a corporation, but for a religion, I definitely think that victims should come first.
The letter was sent out on August 4th, the same day an Idaho judge ruled that the case against Chad Daybell will continue to trial.
All right.
Daybell is an LDS author accused of having extreme religious beliefs. In June, police found the bodies of his wife's 2 missing children buried in his backyard.
Too many members are going to read this and say, well, I can't testify.
You're encouraging people to be complicit in these terrible events, and that is irresponsible. It's a form of coercion. It's a danger to our society.
Employment attorneys say it is perfectly legal for a company, or in this case, a religious organization, to have a policy asking members to consult legal counsel. But if there is in fact a blanket policy behind closed doors that prohibits leaders from testifying or responding to a subpoena, that would be illegal. Obstruction of justice.
This is no different than the culture of silence that led to the abuse of these kids in the Catholic Church.
Well, I don't think it's asking for permission. I think it's consulting.
Stephen Paul is a local attorney and member of the church who received the letter. He says getting legal advice is never a bad idea, and he has faith that the church will make fair decisions, not try to obstruct justice.
The organization has been under attack throughout the centuries.
Religions in the U.S.
We're not persecuting you. Get it out of your freaking head. That pisses me off. But nobody cares about these kids getting persecuted. Okay, that's the difference. Evidence shows
and abused and all kinds of things
in the most heinous ways possible, and yet
covered up by the church. Covered up.
Yep. Time and time and time and time again. So yeah.
I should not be interfering with legal proceedings.
The church told us this is not a new policy. This is not sent out in response to any particular case, and they have sent it out before. As a reminder,
so this policy, so to speak, was created in 2010. So it made me wonder what case was out and about at that time for said policy to be created, you know. So I was like, what about Elizabeth Smart? But actually, whenever Elizabeth Smart was missing, the church actually had night or daily meetings where they would meet up, and all the people that were searching, to devise a game plan. But also know that Elizabeth Smart, her dad, Ed Smart, he was actually put in touch with my parents, and while the kids were missing, and there's a news story somewhere out there, probably East Idaho News, I would think. Anyways, I just have my whole, assumptions about, or theories about who's who and who's playing what, and to what degree certain people in the same club. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, that's for another day. Or we'll have conspiracy corner one day. And I'm telling you, it's crazy.
Back in 2010, I asked, would this policy prevent a leader from responding to a subpoena? The church said they cannot speak on that. We're live in Temple Square. Adam Herbets, Fox 13 News, Utah.
Wait, but didn't that guy just say that it is wise for them to get, for the individual members to get legal advice?
Yes. Yep.
But the church is not
always
a legal entity. They're not a lawyer. So you see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's a
But maybe
mixture
you should go to a Mormon lawyer. Like, know all of your Mormon lawyers in the area and go get advice from them.
Of course, like that guy right there who was like, "Oh yeah,
Yes.
It's people like that. I'm just like, do you hear yourself?
How
Yeah,
was that
do you-
again? I need to hear that again.
What?
You said that guy right there that was like, what?
Hold on, I'll pick it back up. Hold on.
Oh yeah, dirt to dirt. You said oh yeah, dirt to dirt. I wanted to hear that
Yeah.
again.
Dirt to dirt, or you need to hear. I was pulling up
Yes.
the damn interview.
Oh no, dirt to dirt. Just your
Yeah.
your imitation of him.
That guy in the dirt to dirt, he's just being a dirt to dirt. He's a Garrett Smith, basically. Oh, nasty, Garrett Smith was, or is, Melanie Pawlowski's attorney. Allegedly still, he was actually in the courtroom whenever she testified. And then there was also some attorneys in the courtroom when Ian testified, so much so that Judge Boyce had to call out the attorneys and made them get out. I think, if I'm remembering correctly, y'all correct me if I'm not right there, but because there could have been some kind of symbolism, talking through signals, because one Ian testified and Melanie Pawlowski testified. They're both a couple. And so if the attorneys are in there, you know what I'm saying? They could be communicating to the person on the stand what to say. You see what I'm saying? And so Judge Boyce made them leave the courtroom, if I remember that correctly. So I'm just like, oh my God, we're going to see freaking Garrett Smith probably in this next trial, which he's disgusting, in my opinion. Anyways, ready?
Ready to go.
I gotta call.
Let's roll.
Shit.
Among others, there are young women leaders, young men leaders, bishops, a patriarch, a stake president, temple workers, and members of the tabernacle choir. These accusations are not coming from individuals who think they recognize someone, but from those who have been abused by people they know, in many cases their own family members. Whatever the form of abuse, our main concern is for the victims, but there are legal ramifications. We are disturbed to receive reports that a scoutmaster has abused the boys in his troop. It is not difficult to imagine what would happen if we learn that a bishop or stake president has participated in the abominations of ritualistic child abuse. Not only do some of the perpetrators represent a cross-section of the Mormon culture, but sometimes the abuse has taken place in our own meeting houses. I don't pretend to know how prevalent the problem is. All I know is that I have met with 60 victims. Assuming each one comes from a coven of 13, we are talking about the involvement of 800 or so right here on the Wasatch Front.
Okay.
Obviously, I've only seen those coming forth to get help. They are in their 20s and 30s for the most part. I can only assume that it is expanding geometrically, and am horrified the numbers represented by the generation who are now children and teenagers.
The Lories and the Chads, okay? The Rubies and the Jodies. Yeah, that's what I hear. 800 or so right here on the Wasatch Front. That's alarming to me because we know that it has not been addressed properly, for sure. Like and that's just an assumption by a CPA, by the way. I will give him credit there, because if anybody needs to be doing some math, it's him. But I'm just saying, so that's that many years, 30, how many years ago, Joe? 89.
34.
34 years ago. Thank you. And this has just been able to continue to percolate and just grow and influence and expand outwards, influence even more people. And here we are, Have you ever seen any news story saying that anywhere close to 800 alleged Satanists have been called out and or held accountable? No. And if they're all doing these heinous crimes that are being explained here, then what the hell? That to me, that means it's grown, because it's been able to just flourish, It's
it's naturally exponential just over time.
Yeah.
It doesn't shrink and go away if you don't investigate it and you don't report it to the police. It doesn't shrink and go away, people. It gets worse.
You still have the Melanie Gibbs out there who just think that she had to go through this experience because that way she could, testify to it and basically grandstand on her soapbox that she never was held accountable for her part. Okay. And so therefore she was never excommunicated, probably. I don't know when there, but I'm just saying, so it's like, here you go, girl, and so it emboldens them, in my opinion, to just go even further. Anyways, that's just me though. Got to hold people accountable for at least these people, okay, for their part in all this. There's 4 people, possibly 5 people who were unalived intentionally, and just Chad and Lori have been held accountable. That's it. A whole cult, and nobody held accountable except these 2 assholes.
And in the meantime, a huge corporation of a church that has distanced itself consciously to get away from this case.
Never saying the victims' names ever, not one time. Not one time. Not using their platform of 16 million alleged members worldwide to spread the message, help us find the children. To me, and then like thrusting themselves into the case, like the way they did right there. And if that was just one time, okay, that was just one instance, okay. But to me, that implicates some form of guilt. Okay, that's just the way I look at it. Because I'm just like, why would you thrust yourself into something that nobody's saying your name?
You're taught very specifically, indoctrinated as a Mormon youth, that there are 2 major types of sins: the sins of commission, and there are 4 billion of those in the church. And there are the sins of omission. And one of the sins of omission might be not calling out your fringe groups that are offshoots from your religion that some people consider a cult religion, and calling those people out. And I have a YouTube video of somebody who kind of does that about Visions of Glory, and I'm going to show it sometime between now and Brandon's trial. But it's the church just being very like, oh, we really shouldn't read books like Visions of Glory and like pretend
we're
like
gonna
those are scripture. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
We're not going to say anything negative about it either.
Right.
Which, I mean, okay, you can't blame it all on the church. I get it. Everybody still has their own free will, their own free agency, so to speak. Right? Can't blame everything on because you were deceived. Okay. That's not how this works. It reminds me of.
But you can take responsibility and not commit a sin of omission by not getting actively involved. And number 1, distancing yourself from this crazy cult shit. And number 2, helping look for kids that are missing, like using your resources to help find them. I mean, maybe is that a crazy thought?
Yeah, there's actually a whole thing about teaching members how to lie. There's this, I'm reading it right here. It says Ken Clark, a former LDS CES Institute director for 27 years, illustrates how the Mormon Church utilizes deceptions and outright lies to maintain control over members and potential converts to Mormonism. And it says, he said, Ken Clark said, lying became such an integral practice within, I'm sorry, let me start over. Lying became such an integral practice with the Latter-day Saints. Church leaders instructed members how to lie about polygamy, according to the testimony of members given under oath. And that's B. Carmen Hardy, Solemn Covenant, which is interesting, page 365. And so I remember going to the Ex-Mormon Foundation.org, which is here on YouTube, and you can go look for the playlist that says Lying for the Lord. And I'm like, oh my God, this explains it all. You know, and it's just one aspect of it. This is just one aspect of it. There's so many more, you know. Anyways, that's what I have to say about that. And a lot of it is omission.
I just looked up that video on Ken Clark lying for the Lord. I am so saving that.
Dude, watch it. There's like 10 videos on that playlist. And if you just listen to it, it talks about how Joseph Smith treated people who crossed him, so to speak, and would speak out against him. And then he would do what? He would character assassinate and retaliate. He was brutal in that sense. Like, yeah. And he was doing wrong. You know, you're just like, holy snaps, you know, like.
Lori never did that. She never called people that went against her dark. She never did that.
She retaliated and she took revenge. And I think she killed my nephew just to spite my mom. I really do. I mean, if not, that was her big driving factor. And then he was probably already going to die anyways. I mean, I think that's why she moved to Idaho. I think it was all part of the plan. I really do.
Well, she went to Idaho with him for a little bit, right? Like right after your mom said.
Tylee was there. It was like September 1st when they moved there. And Tylee was dead by September 7th, 8th, 9th. Okay, well, 9th, 8th or 9th. So a week into that. And I mean, that'd have been 2 weeks before her birthday, or 3 weeks. Anyways, Tylee's birthday was September 24th. Okay, so she wouldn't make it to her 17th birthday. So some reports you'll see that 7-year-old JJ was missing and his 17-year-old sister, because we're counting them as being alive, right? And so they're missing during this time that she would have turned 17, but she never made it. And then JJ was killed September 22nd or 23rd. We don't know. And that was, 23 days into them, 22 days. I think it was part of the plan from jump. So anyways.
So all you people who jump in chat and say, are you guys going to read the memo or not?
There's a lot.
Just by the fact that we talked about JJ and Tylee, which didn't exist in 1990-91 when this memo was written, makes it all worthwhile that we stop and we talk about it, and we talk how it relates to the case against Charles and the current case too. Like they're relatable. And if you can't see it, then that's okay.
And I'll just keep driving it in, like, come back, I'll be here, That's what this is supposed to be about, I mean, if their deaths, I never wanted their deaths to be in vain, right? This is part of that process of not making their deaths in vain, making them a learning, unfortunately, learning about, or learning from what the tragedies, okay, that the tragedy pimp caused, and her tragedy pimp husband, like everybody was expendable to them. Still is. They're not dead. They're still alive, still, still not learning from it even, like Lori has not one time had remorse, nothing. Dead inside, in my opinion. And so something gets them there, right? I don't think people are just born evil. I think that they're made, especially in this area, Anyways, I'm not a professional, but I'm not a dumbass either. All right.
Another reason for concern is that there are several doctrinal issues that need to be resolved. The church and society in general are very skeptical as to whether the occult and its activities do
Multiple
exist.
probations.
There is no first presidency statement relative to some of the doctrinal issues. What does a priesthood leader tell individuals who come forward and say that they have participated in these rituals, which may include human sacrifice? Should they have a temple recommend? Will they ever be forgiven? There are questions regarding free agency and accountability. Is a person who has been raised in an occult from infancy accountable for things that take place in a dissociated state, even though those acts were committed after the age of 8? I have formed my own opinions to these questions and have done the best I can. However, I don't have the mantle to make these doctrinal and policy decisions.
If I keep stopping
I have
you like every
relied on the
5
mantle of a
seconds,
bishop regarding
we're
discernment.
gonna
and
need
being a
another
common
6
judge.
episodes.
I know. Look, we're 24 minutes is how long we've been in half. So I'm proud of us actually. Okay, I really am. I know we can't go the whole time unless we shut up.
So two thoughts there. Number one, what sins are too bad to be forgiven of?
Mhm.
And number two, if we make a conscious decision after the age of 8. So what does that have to do? That has to do with the age of baptism
Mhm.
in the Mormon church. So up until the time you turn 8 years old, and it's exactly 8 years old for every person, whether it's JJ or Tylee or Charles or Lori
He wasn't
or Melanie.
baptized yet, but they said
Right,
earlier in the document that it happened right before and usually after a child's baptism. So it was
Yes.
before.
So that's when you are morally, spiritually able to make your own decisions about what is right and what is wrong. It doesn't
their
matter
minds,
what.
yeah.
Yes, and no, according to church doctrine, 100% church doctrine, it doesn't matter if you have mental deficiencies or not, or if you have disabilities, or if you are challenged, or if you're not, or if you're super smart and maybe you were able to make that decision at 6, like logically some people probably can when they're 5 or 6. The church says 8 o'clock, last Tuesday, when you're 8 years old, you can make that decision right or wrong. And when you're baptized, after all the sins you may have committed unknowingly before you were 8, they're all washed off of you. And everything you make after that, every decision you make, every action you do, is eternally responsible to your soul when you go to the afterlife. So you can go through the church doctrine and you can do your repentance and do your mission trip and do your marriages and your sealings and all of that stuff, and you can counteract those. But when you're 8 years old, magically when you're 8 years old, you know right from wrong. So that's why that was so big right there.
Yeah. I'm doing what Desert Rain said to do. And I thought about that earlier before even coming on. And so she says, and this is so true. I'm gonna go back to over there. Taniguchi. That's the attorney for Joseph Ryan, Lori's third husband, right? Tylee's dad. And so she says, go to 745 in the video, which I'm gonna do. Oh, hold on. I played that one on accident. Let me go back over here. Let me share this tab instead. We're going to go to 745. Allegedly. Okay.
Gathered, they went and created their own society someplace. Well, this place was a modern day version of that. And so knowing now that I was dealing with religion, and religion, when it starts interfering with law, gets rather scary. So I actually went out and purchased a number of books about Mormonism just to find out really what drives the religion. And I mean, I think I told you.
But you did more work than Detective Duncan? He did more work than Detective Duncan.
Yeah, he bought some books. He did his own research, and you have to do this when you're, and I'm just saying this because this is just the saying, right? The old saying that you have to size up your opponent. You have to size up your enemy. You have to know what they're dealing with in order to know what you're going to be dealing with. And that's how I've looked at this entire situation.
Yeah. Detective Duncan said on the stand, I did an internet search and I talked to some LDS members about Nephi.
Yeah.
That was his.
Ah, shit. Sorry. That was really loud. Oh, that was a bad one. Freaks me out. Anyways, you got to see that. You got to witness that. Thank you. Sorry if I blew your eardrum out. Oh my God. But yeah, I think this is a smart lawyer. Okay. I think so, because it's alarming, right? You're dealing with people and there's people vouching
Second
for
person
glory
in charge of the
or people.
Mormon church.
Yep.
No kidding. Second person. He calls me up and vouches for her authenticity. And I'm like flabbergasted. How do you get, it'd be like getting the Pope to call me, or the bishop under the Pope or whatever to call me about some disciple. And I was like, this is getting out of hand again.
This is during the custody battle. You got a call from this person. Okay.
That's
and so
interesting.
as all this was going on, you know.
So yeah, just that little part right there is very telling, and that's exactly what the hell you got to deal with. I'm putting that link in the chat right now to the rest of this interview. You can go watch. Thank you, Desert Rain. Any thoughts on that?
Say, I got to hear it one more time.
The interview, or
yeah,
or my question.
Yeah.
Any thoughts on what Ken Taniguchi just said about how?
No, that's why I'm saying I need to hear what he said one more time to process it.
Let's go one more time. Don't ask me to recall it. I suck.
Prejudice. So they all gathered and they went and created their own society someplace. Well, this place was a modern day version of that. And so knowing now that I was dealing with religion, and religion, when it starts interfering with law, gets rather scary. So I actually went out and purchased a number of books about Mormonism just to find out really what drives the religion. And I think I told you this during this investigative stage. I got a phone call from the second person in charge of the Mormon church. No kidding. Second person. He calls me up and vouches for her authenticity.
Is that Jesus?
I'm like,
is he the second person in charge of the Mormon church?
It'd be like getting the Pope.
That's what he said.
To call me, or the bishop under the Pope or whatever, to call me.
Either way,
about
somebody vouch for her ass.
Disciple, and I was like, this is getting out of hand again.
This is during
again. He said again. This is getting out of
again after what?
Getting out of hand again.
I'm just saying,
Well, he also said something that struck me earlier. That's like the theme of this whole case. When religion gets involved with the law, that gets scary.
That's bad, right? So this is a repeat of bad behavior. It's a pattern, and it shows you can go and document it throughout numerous cases. Okay, where religion, not just the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, but also the Catholic Church, also Scientology Church, also the Jehovah's Witness Church, all the churches. Okay. Anyways, I think when they have something to hide, whether they are actually involved or not, if it's just about your image, let it play out. Really, are we that focused on our image? And I will say, yes, that is what it appears to be.
100%.
In my opinion.
Yes, 100%.
So, yeah. Anyways, but yeah. Thank you. Again, Desert Rain. Okay.
The few priesthood leaders who have had to face these issues are crying out for help because they don't want to give their own opinions, and yet there is no place to go for an answer. A bishop will go to his stake president who says he doesn't believe it is happening and that the member is just crazy.
And that's
the stake president. might go to an area presidency who will react in a similar way. Most people are afraid to surface it to the first presidency for fear of getting the same reaction and don't want to.
Yet, President Nelson, his own daughter and son-in-law were implicated. They were accused of participating in touch parties. And then they're like, oh, nothing to see here. Nothing. Carry on. This many people cannot be crazy. And that crazy word works for them. And I've read an oath, the Jesuit oath, and that's part of the tactic is that those who do see it will never be believed because they will be labeled as crazy. And I'm like, so that's me. So I do see it and I'm just calling them out for it. But yet nobody, a lot of people won't put a lot of weight into what I'm saying because I'm just crazy and I'm out for the Mormons or whatever the excuse may be.
You and me both.
Right? I mean, it's crazy. True. Oh, well, crazy is crazy fun. That's all I'm saying. Anyways, yeah, I know who's crazy. You know who's crazy. So,
yeah.
Anyways.
Appear crazy themselves for asking the question. I hope you will excuse me if I am being presumptuous, but I am concluding this paper with scripture.
So here, we're going to learn about the Gadianton robbers, okay, which is what Lori and Chad accused Brandon Boudreau of being, okay? All right, so I think this is very relevant to present day and to what's coming up and what to expect in this trial, maybe.
Well, it was actually mentioned in trial 1. She asked Adam. She asked Adam about it. Yes, and Adam was like, "I don't know that term. I don't know Gadianton."
No, like, that was Nathan Duncan. She asked, and
oh right, that's right. Yes.
Yeah, and I was like, "What? Come on, let's do some kind of intro into the next case." Like why aren't we elaborating right there?
Right.
So okay, so what's he gonna do? Hurry up and do some Google searches again? Before the next trial, a month, apart. So
that happened in the Delphi trial. Like the Celebrite expert was asked a question by the defense and didn't know the answer, and so they took a break, and he was literally Google searching the answer.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. I did not know.
Yes.
That's okay. Wow. Yeah, you're an expert, though. Let me just say. All right.
I feel support.
I think these are important to go through. So let's just get past this part because it's hard to read anyways.
Right. Zip.
Zippity doo dah. Okay.
My belief that these activities are real and cannot be ignored. The things I have been writing about go back to Cain and Abel. And Satan said unto Cain, Swear unto me by thy throat, and if thou tell it, thou shalt die. And swear thy brethren by their heads and by the living God that they tell it not. For if they tell it, they shall surely die, and this that thy father may not know it. And this day I will deliver thy brother Abel into thine hands. And Satan sware unto Cain that he would do according to his commands. And all these things were done in secret. And Cain said, Truly I am Mahan, the master of this great secret, that I may murder and get gain. Wherefore Cain was called Master Mahan, and he gloried in his wickedness. Moses 5:29-31. All of the experiences I have heard about have to do with secrecy, swearing not to tell, murdering to get gain and power. Wherefore Lamech, being angry, slew him, not like unto Cain his brother Abel, for the sake of getting gain, but he slew him for the oath's sake. For from the days of Cain there was a secret combination, and their works were in the dark, and they knew every man his brother. Moses 5:50-51. And then in Moses 6:15 we learn that as people began to fill the earth, so did these secret works. And the children of men were numerous upon all the face of the land. And in those days Satan had great dominion among men, and raged in their hearts. And from thenceforth came wars and bloodshed, and a man's hand was against his own brother in administering death, because of secret works seeking for power. The Book of Mormon is replete with descriptions of these secret murderous combinations, as well as prophecies that they will always be with us. And our spirits must have become like unto him. And we become devils, angels to a devil, to be shut out from the presence of our God, and to remain with the father of lies in misery like unto himself, yea, to that being who beguiled our first parents, who transformeth himself nigh unto an angel of light, and stirreth up the children of men unto secret combinations of murder, and all manner of secret works of darkness. 2 Nephi 9:9. Wherefore, for this cause, that my covenants may be fulfilled which I have made unto the children of men, that I will do unto them while they are in the flesh, I must needs destroy the secret works of darkness, and of murders, and of abominations. 2 Nephi 10:15. And there are also secret combinations, even as in times of old, according to the combinations of the devil, for he is the founder of all these things, yea, the founder of murder and works of darkness, yea, and he leadeth them by the neck with a flaxen cord, until he bindeth them with his strong cords forever. 2 Nephi 2:6-22. In Alma we find that the Lord commanded some of the prophets not to write any of the secret works, especially of the secret oaths, so that they would not become known by generations to follow, but that they might be warned that they do exist. And now I will speak unto you concerning those 24 plates, that ye keep them, that the mysteries and the works of darkness and their secret works, or the secret works of those people who have been destroyed, may be made manifest unto this people, yea, all their murders and robbings and their plunderings and all their wickedness and abominations may be made manifest unto this people, yea, and that ye preserve these interpreters. I will bring forth out of darkness unto light all their secret works and their abominations, and except they repent, I will destroy them from off the face of the earth, and I will bring to light all their secrets and abominations unto every nation that shall hereafter possess the land. And now, my son, we see that they did not repent, therefore they have been destroyed. And thus far the word of God has been fulfilled, yea, their secret abominations have been brought out of darkness and made known unto us. And now, my son, I command you that ye retain all their oaths, and their covenants, and their agreements, and their secret abominations, yea, and all their signs and their wonders, ye shall keep from this people, that they know them not, lest peradventure they should fall into darkness also and be destroyed. For behold, there is a curse upon all this land, that destruction shall come upon all those workers of darkness, according to the power of God, when they are fully ripe. Therefore I desire that this people might be destroyed. Alma 37:21-25-28. In Helaman, the name of Gadianton is introduced and becomes descriptive throughout the Book of Mormon relative to the secret combinations. But behold, Kishkumen, who had murdered Pahoran, did lay wait to destroy Helaman also, and he was upheld by his band, who had entered into a covenant that no one should know his wickedness. For there was one Gadianton, who was exceedingly expert in many words, and also in his craft, to carry on the secret work of murder and of robbery. Therefore he became the leader of the band of Kishkumen. And when the servant of Helaman had known all the heart of Kishkumen, and how that it was his object to murder, and also that it was the object of all those who belonged to his band, to murder and to rob and to gain power, and this was their secret plan and their combination, the servant of Helaman said unto Kishkumen, Let us go forth unto the judgment seat. Helaman 2:3-4:8. It was true then, as it is now, that these things were not known by the general populace or by the government. And it came to pass in the 49th year of the reign of the judges, there was continual peace established in the land. All save it were the secret combinations which Gadianton the robber had established in the more settled parts of the land, which at that time were not known unto those who were at the head of government. Therefore they were not destroyed out of the land. Helaman 3:23. In chapter 6, we learn that in spite of the Lord's command to the prophets not to write these things, Satan is capable, and always has been, of revealing his secrets to his followers, just as the Lord has revealed his will to the prophets. And now behold, those murderers and plunderers were a band who had been formed by...
Last paragraph of page 8.
Okay.
So we've been talking a lot, or they've been talking a lot, and I've been trying to pay attention because I used to I spent, when I was in seminary as a high school student, we spent a whole year in the Book of Mormon, so I had to listen to this stuff at 8:30 in the morning, and it was not interesting to me. So some of it I heard and some of I didn't. Some of what I heard was secret combinations. We heard a lot about secret combinations.
Melanie
and my
did.
son, My seminary teacher actually taught us that the Freemasons were like one of those organizations that engaged in those secret combinations that were so evil, knowing full well that Joseph Smith was a Freemason.
Oh, yeah. We're going to dive into that too, in addition to this, because I have found some interesting research on this that other people have done.
Well, they have his apron, his Freemason apron, in like one of their Mormon museums. Like, for real, guys? Okay, but the last paragraph on page 8, I may have to zoom in on mine. Shoot, I'm still all the way back on 7.
Right here?
Page 8. In chapter 6, we learn that in spite of the Lord's command to the prophets not to write these things, Satan is capable and always has been of revealing his secrets to his followers, just as the Lord has revealed his will to the prophets. So, like, how are we to determine the difference? Like, is Satan giving his stuff up, or is the Lord giving his stuff up?
He's deceiving the people. Like, Lori tells about how Satan visited her right around Colby's wedding, or at Colby's wedding, or something to that effect. You can hear that when she does her interview with Colby on his channel. Go check that out. You can hear her say this to him. And I'm pulling these clips while we do this because Melanie Gibb talks about how this is a secret combination that she was a part of. And I just located in the transcript with detectives from Arizona who were interviewing Melanie Gibb. And this struck me because she's talking to the investigators. And she says, because she wasn't supposed to tell me anything. Oh, yeah, this was all just between her and him. But luckily she spilled it so I can share it in the future. Everybody right? But she was not listen to this, but she was not one that could keep the secret. I'm like, okay, not a secret, but keep the secret, I think. Wow. And anyway, so he was like, I don't know. And he was playing clueless. And anyway, so I get this random call and I'm like, who the heck's this? So she got another phone. So, okay. So that was just me looking for secret, her saying that in the interview. Right.
Okay.
So anyways, just the secret. It's just one of those things. And I'm just like, oh crap. See, 6 years later, I'm still finding stuff out, but that's how this goes, at least in my experience. But all right.
And now behold, those murderers and plunderers were a band who had been formed by Kishkumen and Gadianton. And now it had come to pass that there were many, even among the Nephites, of Gadianton's band. But behold, they were more numerous among the more wicked part of the Lamanites. And they were called Gadianton's robbers and murderers. But behold, Satan did stir up the hearts of the more part of the Nephites, insomuch that they did unite with those bands of robbers, and did enter into their covenants and their oaths, that they would protect and preserve one another in whatsoever difficult circumstances they should be placed, that they should not suffer for their murders and their plunderings and their stealings. And it came to pass that they did have their signs, yea, their secret signs and their secret words, and this that they might distinguish a brother who had entered into the covenant, that whatsoever wickedness his brother should do, he should not be injured by his brother, nor by those who did belong to his band who had taken this covenant. And thus they might murder and plunder and steal and commit whoredoms and all manner of wickedness, contrary to the laws of their country and also the laws of their God. And whosoever of those who belong to their band should reveal unto the world of their wickedness and their abominations should be tried, not according to the laws of their country, but according to the laws of their wickedness, which had been given by Gadianton and Kishkumen. Now behold, it is these secret oaths and covenants which Alma commanded his son should not go forth unto the world, lest they should be a means of bringing down the people unto destruction. Now behold, those secret oaths and covenants did not come forth unto Gadianton from the records which were delivered unto Helaman, but behold, they were put into the heart of Gadianton by that same being who did entice our first parents to partake of the forbidden fruit. Yea, it is that same being who put it into the heart of Gadianton to still carry on the work of darkness and of secret murder, and he has brought it forth from the beginning of man even down to this time. And behold, it is he who is the author of all sin. And behold, he doth carry on his works of darkness and secret murder, and doth hand down their plots, and their oaths, and their covenants, and their plans of awful wickedness, from generation to generation, according as he can get hold upon the hearts of the children of men. Helaman 6:18, 21 to 26, 29 to 30. In light of this scripture, it is naive for us to think these things would not exist in our own generation. We know this is the last dispensation, the dispensation of the fullness of times. Surely Satan would not pass on this most important dispensation.
Oh, dispensations.
In Helaman 8,
We talk about
1, we
dispensations.
learn that
Good catch.
Tell
And
me
look,
about Lord.
I have preached on my channel about this fullness of times, or that's a word that has been used by these people, even in the Book of Mormon, okay, where they sometimes fullness is spelled with one L, but the people in this club spell it with only one L, okay, not two. So that's just something petty that I pointed out a long time ago, and so it's interesting to see how he spelled it. But we know this is the last dispensation. Well, there are other dispensations, but I don't know if you're saying like that's to do with reincarnation or the multiple moral probation.
Yes.
Is that what you're
Multiple,
okay?
yes.
I don't know.
And the dispensation of the fullness of green chili chicken enchiladas.
Not in this earth life. Not on this earth life. Not today or yesterday or the day after tomorrow. Nobody remembers your damn chili chicken, whatever. I can't even say it.
God, the fact that she was so butthurt by that, like, you really don't remember when I brought those to like every family gathering? And he's like,
it's bizarre, right?
Like, I didn't love a lot about his testimony, but that was probably my favorite part.
Yeah.
No, don't remember.
I agree. Yeah.
In Helaman 8, 1, we learn that people in high places were members of the Gadianton band and secret combinations. And now it came to pass that when Nephi had said these words, behold, there were men who were judges, who also belonged to the secret band of Gadianton, and they were angry. And they cried out against him, saying unto the people, why do ye not seize upon this man and bring him forth, that he may be condemned according to the crime which he has done? We have allegations to indicate that this is true of people in high places today in both the church and the government who are leading this dual life. The secret combinations were mentioned all through the Book of Mormon. In Mormon 1, 18 to 19, we read that these Gadianton robbers were still alive and well and functioning.
They are.
And these Gadianton robbers, who were among the Lamanites, did infest the land, insomuch that the inhabitants thereof began to hide up their treasures in the earth, and they became slippery, because the Lord had cursed the land, that they could not hold them, nor retain them again. And it came...
Yeah, they hide their treasures up in the earth. Go look at the mountain. I can't think of the name all of a sudden. That the church hides all the records in. You know, I'm just saying. All right.
To pass that there were sorceries and witchcrafts and magics, and the power of the evil one was wrought upon.
Lori even refers to the evil one. So does Tom Harrison.
Upon all the face of the land, even unto the fulfilling of all the words of Abinadi, and also Samuel the Lamanite. In Mormon 8:27, there is a prophecy that secret combinations will be among us in our time. And
That
it shall
Granite
come in a
Mountain.
day when the blood of saints shall cry unto the Lord.
Granite Mountain, is that the one?
Granite Mountain. Yeah. Yeah, no thank you. I'm telling you, it's a whole lot of projection going on here.
Yep.
The church onto the members, and the members, I think they use it to like fearmonger. Okay. And, you know, by saying, oh, these are out to get you, they're even present in today. And, you know, but they're telling on themselves at the same time, because yes, they are in higher places. Yes, they are, you know, Chad and Lori, and they're projecting them onto their victims like Brandon Boudreau. That's just my psychology behind it. Anyway.
because of secret combinations and the works of darkness. The extent of the evil that mankind will perpetrate on another is told in Moroni 9:10.
That scripture right there, I know that Nancy and Mike James, their whole Latter-day Media, aka Preparing a People, they were always behind. They always shared this Moroni 9:10. Okay, always. So it's interesting.
And after they had done this thing, they did murder them in a most cruel manner, torturing their bodies
Wow.
even unto death. And after they have done
You
this,
gotta replay
they
that again.
devour their flesh like
Cannibalism, which is what people are accused of in Utah.
Okay, but hold on.
Oh.
So we know what condition JJ's body was found in for the most part.
Entirely.
But did we just mostly find her bones?
Yep. And some flesh.
And not all of them? And not all of them?
Right. I already assumed this, you know. It's just that's really egregious to talk about, and most people can't get around that. It's disgusting. It's horrible. I feel like there were way more perpetrators than just Chad and Lori and Alex just going crazy one day or a couple days, you know, in September, just wilding out all of a sudden, and they're not have been a gathering of sorts, hiding behind religious conferences framed around the Book of Mormon and the geography of it. And here we go. Okay.
Trigger warning, people. It's tough.
Again.
This is a tough subject. Very tough.
And again, I found this being used, this particular scripture, and I just have not read it. Like we only got halfway through it, and I'm like, oh my God, you know, you too. So this was used by Preparing a People and its owners, Mike and Nancy James.
The extent of the evil that mankind will perpetrate on another is told in Moroni 9:10. And after they had done this thing, they did murder them in a most cruel manner, torturing their bodies even unto death.
Even unto death.
And after they have done this, they devour their flesh like unto wild beasts because of the hardness of their hearts, and they do it for a token of bravery.
So did they get a token in the temple for that? I mean, just saying.
Many of us have read this all of our lives and click our tongues at how awful it would be to live in such a time. Those victims with whom I have spoken testify to these things going on all around us today.
Oh,
in
God.
ether, we are told that they will exist amongst us, the Gentiles, and we are also warned that we should do something about it. And now I, Moroni, do not write the manner of their oaths and combinations, for it hath been made known unto me that they are had among all people, and they are had among the Lamanites. And they have caused the destruction of this people of whom I am now speaking, and also the destruction of the people of Nephi. And whatsoever nation shall uphold such secret combinations to get power and gain until they shall spread over the nation, behold, they shall be destroyed, for the Lord will not suffer that the blood of his saints, which shall be shed by them, shall always cry unto him from the ground for vengeance upon them, and yet he avenge them not. Wherefore, O ye Gentiles, it is wisdom in God that these things should be shown unto you, that thereby ye may repent of your sins, and suffer not that these murderous combinations shall get above you, which are built up to get power and gain, and the work, yea, even the work of destruction come upon you. Yea,
Okay,
even
hold
the
on one
sword of the
second.
just.
So we know that when Joseph Smith first started translating the golden plates, which supposedly this text comes from, right? A translation of that, he used the Urim and Thummim, whatever that was.
That version
And
of the pendulum, basically.
Right, and he did that with whatever the guy's name was. I can't even remember. I don't care.
Orson Pratt or
Something like
Oliver
that.
Cowdery or
I think it might have been the second one, but anyway, so he would stick the golden plates down inside of a hat, and then he would put his face in the hat, and the seer stone would help him interpret them, and whoever his transcriber buddy would write down what he was writing, or what he was reading, what he was translating, supposedly translating from the golden plates. South Park has done a really great episode on this.
Yeah.
I've said it before, but dum. So this guy, whoever his transcriber was, I think it
I'm
was
finding out.
Oliver Pratt. I think it was Oliver Pratt.
It was Martin Harris. Wait, hold on.
Yes, Martin Harris. No, Martin
says
Harris is right.
Keith
Yes,
Scribes
no, it was
included Oliver, Martin Harris, and Emma Hill Smith.
Martin Harris was the first one. Martin Harris took like a few pages of this to his wife. He came to Joseph Smith and he's like, okay, my wife doesn't believe that what I'm doing is accurate, so I'm going to take this home to my wife and she's going to check it out. And he took it home, and his wife hid them or threw them away or did destroy them or something. So he couldn't take his original like few pages. Maybe it was the entire book of Nephi 1. And Martin Harris had to go back to Joseph Smith and be like, I gave them to my wife and they disappeared, so we got to start over again. And Joseph Smith prayed about it, supposedly, and said, the Lord is very unhappy that I gave them to you and that your wife destroyed them, so I'm going to retranscribe the golden plates for you, but may not be word for word. Like, he's going to change it up a little bit for me as I transcribe it.
Oh, my
like
word.
You don't, oh my gosh, yeah. It's so when we hear these weird phrases and terminology in this is Joseph Smith sticking his head in something and using some kind of a seer stone. Yes, a hat, and with supposedly golden plates in there, which Martin Harris never saw. I think there were one or two witnesses that testified that they did see the golden plates. Their veracity may be in question, but anyway, if you're a member of the LDS Church and you still are, then your mind can't process that possible cognitive dissonance. So you're not listening to me, to what I'm saying right now. You're like, dude, he's anti-Mormon, he's anti-LDS. Like, I can't listen to that possibility that maybe Joseph Smith's story was a load of crap.
Right.
But so the original translation may have changed a little bit for the first book or two of Nephi, but the wording of it is just awkward. Like, as she's reading through this, I'm like, I got to zoom in on that part. We're on page 11. Let me zoom in on page 11. The part that struck me as particularly awkward. I'm particularly awkward. Wherefore, O ye Gentiles, it is wisdom in God that these things should be shown unto you, that thereby ye may repent of your sins and suffer not, that these murderous combinations shall get to you. What does that mean? The murderous combination shall get above you, which are built up to get power and gain. Oh my gosh. The wording is just all right.
Wow.
Okay, I had to pause for that little story.
Yeah, no, that's perfect. Yeah. All right, ready?
Yep.
I'll start back here.
Wherefore, O ye Gentiles, it is wisdom in God that these things should be shown unto you, that thereby ye may repent of your sins, and suffer not that these murderous combinations shall get above you, which are built up to get power and gain, and the work, yea, even the work of destruction come upon you. Yea, even the sword of the justice of the eternal God shall fall upon you, to your overthrow and destruction, if ye shall suffer these things to be. Wherefore the Lord commandeth you, when ye shall see these things come among you, that ye shall awake to a sense of your awful situation, because of the secret combination which shall be among you. Or woe be unto it, because of the blood of them who have been slain, for they cry from the dust for vengeance upon it, and also upon those who built it up. Ether 8:20-24. In summary, we live in the last dispensation of the fullness of times, and Satan is here with his secret combinations and all of the ugliness that existed in previous dispensations. The scriptures prophesy to that reality. I also believe that the scriptures cited and many others that could be quoted argue against our being passive about the problem. I don't want to be known as an alarmist or a fanatic on the issue. Now that I have put what I have learned in writing to you, I feel the issue is in the right court. I hope to take a low profile on the subject and get on with the duties which I have been formally assigned.
Oh my gosh,
This
dude.
is not to say I would not be willing to be of service. Over the last 18 months, I have acquired a compassionate love and respect for the victims who are fighting for the safety of their physical lives and, more importantly, their souls.
Oh my gosh, dude. I think we need to read that last paragraph again, because here's this guy that has no training, no experience, no expertise in this type of an investigation. And he's saying, I want to take as low a profile as I can, but I've grown, to love these people, but we need to take the proper measures. I mean, he's just being so, what do you call somebody who flip-flops back and forth on both sides of how to deal with a difficult issue? I don't.
Right.
Ambiguous. He's being so ambiguous. I guess
There
that's
you
the
go.
best word.
Yeah, that's a good word, really. So I can't believe we made it to the damn end, Joe.
Holy cow, we did it!
I'm
Woohoo!
like, now
Is it like
everybody's
a
just going to
gold?
stop watching, right? So that was our
We got
hook. I'm just
We got more
kidding.
good stuff, though. I know you
Yeah,
got
we
more good
did.
stuff.
There are, whenever that part of Moroni 9:10, holy shit, okay? Because that is textbook. That is Tylee's murder, Tylee's sacrifice, whatever you want to say it or call it or whatever. Lori thinks of it as a sacrifice, and I can say that because of how she addressed that in her allocution statement when she says no one was murdered here, because they were sacrificed. So it's semantics is all it is. That's where my mind went. It was like bing when that went off, but there's this part too also, meaning, and I mean, this is just one spot where Melanie Gibb talks about this. She also writes a 6-page letter to AVAL, members of AVAL, and it's very self-righteous in my opinion. And again, it's basically like Tylee and JJ, she was there for these events or these to witness this, so she's saying she's witnessed, basically she witnessed it. I'm just throwing that in there, and just to learn a lesson.
When I watched Melanie Boudreau / Pulowski's police interview earlier, she struck me as a completely different person than Melanie Gibb. Like Melanie Pulowski, when she got arrested, looked like a deer in the headlights. Melanie Gibb looks like she's like halfway in between Melanie Pulowski and Lori.
And Lori, like an OG. Like, I'm just so used to this crap.
Yes,
and it's
exactly.
So nothing is alarming. Nothing is a red flag to her because I think she's part of it. That's somebody felt bad about, saying that Melanie Gibb's book, Feel the Fire, which was published in between both kids' murders, by the way, self-published. Okay. And Gabe, the bishop, helped her publish her damn book. Just saying. And it's called Feel the Fire. And she said that the person's in the comments section, I think it was Nene G, said that she feels bad for saying this, but she thinks that Melanie Gibb, that book was about Tylee's murder. And I'm like, don't feel bad. I feel it. I'm sure how many people comment that you think the same thing, that this is their way of gloating in plain sight. And this is the secret society that they're warning about right there with those scriptures about the band of Gadiantons and yada, 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 who are doing the plunderings and robbings and murders and all the deception. Okay. I think,
and those are from the scriptures of the Mormon church people. Those aren't just like pulled out of somebody's butt somewhere.
That's
those
not
are
the Bible. That's not the damn Bible.
No, it's not the Bible. No, that's LDS church scriptures that talk about that stuff.
Yep. So I hope, like hell, Detective Duncan watches this video. Hey, right? You better get up on that. Okay, we're depending on you, for real. Anyways, I'm gonna play this little. I have this one and another one pulled up.
One of the feelings that I did want to share to many people listening is that there are many people other than Chad that believe these teachings of many lives or multiple probations
Or killing
within
kids.
our own church or either close groups that are affiliated. And I want you to decide, as people that believe this, does having this information make you a better person?
She's exalting
Does it make you
herself.
loyal to your spouse? Does it make you feel like you're better than other people? Because of this information, I'll just say it this way, Nate. If this idea of multiple probations had not been introduced, nobody would have ever died, because they would have never thought they were married before. This is dangerous doctrine.
And I practice it.
Because this is not how he works. He works on a pattern. I am the same yesterday, today, and forever. He does not make exceptions to the rule. He has no respecter of persons. And when we want things, we do things that are not always the best. All of us do on this planet. And the thing that's interesting is we've all been deceived to some level. Everybody. So this is a world to learn truth and error. I just got to experience something at a very different level. So I got to see something, what I would call a secret combination, unfold in front of me.
Boom.
And I got to see it with my own eyes. Now, I didn't see people die or anything like that, but I got to see the workings of it.
But you got to say, did you see him sacrifice? Did you see him? You know what I'm saying? You got to do the semantics.
Do you really believe that? But do you really believe that for her to say like come out of nowhere, not be asked that question, but to answer it specifically? I didn't see anybody die. That gives me some kind of an inclination of deception.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Oh, crap. Okay. Yeah. And so this is from Chad Daybell's preliminary hearing, whenever he got disfellowship from the church. So, all right.
Excommunicated.
Oh, and this is a recording that she captured of Chad and Lori. And I believe that Melanie Gibb would not have turned this recording in had it not been for her ass being on the line, lying to police initially, but then B, of if it would have had anything incriminating. I don't know if she knows how to edit. I don't know. I was not there. Okay. And so I'm not just hunkering down and running 1,000% with, oh yeah, this does not exonerate her in my eyes. Okay. So she caught 2 murderers that she hung around with who murdered their kids and their spouses. You were there. You don't get to use this as your testimony story, to exalt yourself, in my opinion. Anyways. All right. So here.
Have been chased and tortured. Whether you do this or not. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah. And oh my God, the thunder is crazy. And also this is why Lori has to cling to her. This is why Lori cannot come clean. You'll hear it.
Back. So, well, if he has your back, you would not be able to tell me where you are, and we couldn't find JJ. Like, where is he? I've been asking, where is he? And you know what I mean? Like, I can tell everything where JJ is right now, and that would not be good for JJ.
Not what happened to him, but where
I'm sorry
he
that
is.
you don't want me to protect my children, but I would never ask you to not protect your children. Of course you wouldn't. So I can tell that you're just adversarial, Mel. I love you. I'm sorry that you feel this way.
Because I actually do care. I'm sharing what I feel for you because I know your salvation's in trouble for what you've done.
Right here.
If my salvation is not in trouble at all, and I think you should check that with the Lord again.
Oh, I felt a lot of things from the Lord, and this doesn't feel right.
Oh my God.
Interesting. Are you there? Oh no, did Crush get lightning struck? Crush. She may have gotten her internet cut by a lightning strike.
Hold on. I'm getting okay. I wasn't seeing your screen at all. I just saw three things.
Well, I've had internet issues too, so it might be me or
storming dogs outside right now. So, like the lights just went down.
Dogs, just dogs, like dachshunds, corgis.
Okay, yeah, but yeah, so it never did stop for y'all, or it did?
It kind of stopped mid conversation, but I was having a hard time following it. So
okay, so sorry, y'all. Let me go back. Hold on. We're gonna get through this. We're at the end. This is the last thing. So let's go.
All those who are against me, Joseph Smith's friends turned against me.
I'm not friends with people that are against you.
Apparently you are. I am not. I don't know Kay. I don't know who you're talking about, your sister. I don't even know what her name or who she is. I don't know any of those people. Why would they contact me anyway? How would I even know about that?
Well, you're friends with Dave, and he's apparently,
Well, David is a very righteous man, and I've always known that grounding about him. And he has a lot of beautiful experiences with the Lord, and these are not the same. You know, when you get the priesthood, that's Peter, James, and John shows up, and then he confirms.
Uh-oh. I don't know if that's me or that's you. I think Lori is trying to zap our live into the portal. Does anybody else feel that portal circle going on? Like Kresha kind of has 2 feet in the portal, but she's not been sucked in yet. Kresha, where'd you go? Where'd you go, Kresha? I need to check. Oh, she's out. All right. Come back in, Kresha. She gone. Let me look at comments. Kresha looked frozen. That's a very appropriate comment. Thank you, Spencer. I get it. I get it. Last time I got halfway in the portal, it like spun around 360 and I bumped my head a couple times, but I got spit back out right where I was. So come on, Kresha. We got you. Lori has no power over us. This is not Lori's portal. This is just StreamYard being silly. Come on, Kresha. Click the link. That is a big storm. I'm going to check my speed test just to be sure that I'm not like completely wigging out. Nope, my upload download speeds are looking pretty normal. Below average, but normal. And normal is below average. So, Crash, I hope you're okay. Am I muted? Oh my. That's the best thing ever. Like, Kresha gets kicked off due to a big thunderstorm, and I sit here muted for like 100 minutes. Like, I'm just talking to myself. But, you know, that's my life. That's my everyday life. I talk to myself a lot. Probably too much. I think Kresha may be gone for the night. Okay. Yes. Kresha lost power, so she won't be back. I just got texted. My face hit my mic. God, these technical things. Okay. So if you're in my chat, I'm sure you already know how to subscribe to Kresha, but I'm going to give you her link again. Difficult research. Boom. You should be subscribed to both channels by now. If you're not, then it's a shame. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out with us. I'm actually going to start answering some starred questions. I'm going to have to do it without Kresha because they lost power. So just going to tell her I understand. And I'm going to handle the end of the show the best I can all by myself. Librarians gifted 5 difficult research memberships. Thank you, librarians. That was very nice. Jamie, isn't it only because only the extremist LDS crew that is complicated? I've met Mormons and they seem to be nice people. But that's Mormons' hook. They like hook you in and they're like, see, we're such nice people. How could we possibly be wrong about our belief system? How could we possibly be wrong about Joseph Smith and the Book of Mormon and the Doctrine and Covenants and the Pearl of Great Price? Like, if I'm a nice person and I believe it and I invite you to volleyball on Wednesday night, it must be true. It must be true because I'm such a nice person. Or here's the real hook is they will show you like a video and they'll be like, see, and it's about the basic fundamentals of Mormonism. And they're like, this is the foundation of the church and we believe it to be true. And do you like have really good feelings about it? Like, do you have a burning in your bosom? Like, that's a Mormon thing, burning in your bosom. Burning in your bosom may not be a great thing, especially if you're being recruited into the Mormon church. Just saying. So they're nice people. That doesn't make their religion true. I have several friends and family members that are Mormons, and they are really nice people, the ones that I know. But I also know that Chad and Lori were members of the church, and Lori was going to the temple every single day, and she's not such a nice person. So that doesn't make Mormonism true or not true. That doesn't make Visions of Glory. Okay, I'm not going there. Visions of Glory is not. We're not going there. I have a show planned for that, though. Let's go to the next one. From Catherine. It's just sad that so many of these different religions use something really beautiful to do really something evil. Yes, I've talked about that many times. For thousands and thousands of years, people have been using religion to perpetrate horrible, evil things in the name of religion, in the name of God, in the name of Jesus, in the name of Muhammad, whatever. That's not okay, but that's been going on for a long time in human history. And it is horrible. All right, La Mesa Filipino Food Club. I'm going to be digging into some independent research regarding CA, is that California, and the LDS Temple we got in my hometown. So La Mesa, are you in California? Oh, shoot, I got a text. Nope, Kresha's not coming back. Sorry, guys. Sorry to disappoint. Whoever's hanging in here still, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you for listening. Actually, not listening to me talk to myself for like 3 minutes, but now I'm talking to myself. And we're going through these starred comments. I will be interested in that research. La Mesa Filipino Food Club, you have been a friend for a while, and I appreciate that. DJ Norman was in the chat for a while. Kresh has got some good things to say about DJ Norman. He ducked out after a while because it was such an intense conversation, and I get it. I get the intense conversation feelings and the wanting to get away from it and take a mental health break. And if you need to, take a mental health break, because these are some tough topics. And what happened to all of these people, what happened to Charles and Tammy, and what happened to JJ and Tylee, and what almost happened to Brandon, and what may have almost happened to Brandon's kids, as what we watched from the body cam videos earlier. That's tough. So take a mental health break. DJ you're always welcome back in. And maybe we can do a live together, even if we make it like a limited time, 15 minutes, 30 minutes. You pick the topic. We can have a script. We can go off script. But come back, DJ. Any friend of Crash's is a friend of mine. Paul Top came in late. I don't know whose voice is great. That's got to be Crash's. That's not mine. I think I must have started a comment up above or below when I intended to comment. Oh, yeah. Crash's, yes. That was for Kresha, for sure. Unresolved trauma gets trapped in the body and it gets trapped in the mind. So think about this. Like if we don't process our trauma, like through some type of therapy of whatever kind, whether it's physical therapy, psychological, emotional therapy, combination of all of those things, if we don't deal with that and process that in a healthy way, then it will become unhealthy. It will get trapped in our mind and our body, and it will manifest. I can speak from personal experience. Boss Lady became a YouTube member. Awesome, Boss Lady. Thank you. How do you know what you're finding in your research is true? This is a really good question, Vicky, and we kind of touched on it when we went down the road of cognitive dissonance. So when you're brought up in a certain way, you have certain beliefs and thoughts. And when somebody comes at you with something that doesn't jive with your beliefs and thoughts you were raised with, you have a couple of choices. And basically, well, 3 choices. You can believe it, you can disbelieve it, or you can shelf it. Shelve it? I think shelve it's the right phrase. Through cognitive dissonance, which is the natural human reaction, we want to not believe it. If you're raised in the Mormon church and somebody comes at you and says there's some type of ritualistic abuse going on in the Mormon church, and there has been for decades, and there is proof of this and evidence of this. So this is to answer the first part of your question. How do you know that what you're finding in your research is true? Because this memo is very believable. And do we see all of the supporting documentation? No, and we will never see it. But this is somebody who was in the upper echelon of the LDS church, and he had every reason to have findings that were the opposite of this, and or to bury this, sweep it under the rug. And he didn't. And he provides very credible evidence of this. Do I know it for a fact? No. Could I prove it in court? No. But as a rational, reasonable human being, I can believe it. And I can find it completely disgusting and noteworthy of doing something about. Mojo Rising. Nice. 26 months. Happy birthday, Crasha. Yes, happy birthday, Crasha. And then we've got Beach Bum coming in hot. Beach Bum's bringing a birthday gift to Crasha. Happy birthday, Crasha. Thank you, Beach Bum. It's always great to see you in chat and have you participate. You're starting to become like an OG also. See you all the time. You're always so nice and have intelligent things to say, which I appreciate. And relevant things to say. Intelligent, relevant. Like if you can provide 2 of those things in chat, like you're always welcome in. And you can provide relevant and unintelligent thoughts. And I'm not talking about this about you, Beach Bum, but people that come into chat and they want to offer a relevant comment and they have an opinion. I'm not an echo chamber, so you're always welcome in my chat. You're always welcome to say something relevant as long as it's respectfully stated. Next, Michelle Galagos. I believe the person giving Lori details of what is happening outside of jail is Emma Daybell. I don't know who Emma Daybell is, but I might have to do some research now. Emma Daybell, obviously related to the Daybells, maybe a sister or cousin or niece or daughter of Chad, maybe. I would have to see a picture of her to see if I recognize her from one of the days in court from trial number 1. Because there were a few people that sat in the gallery a couple of times on Lori's side that I didn't recognize. Most of the time, her side was completely vacant, but there were a few times when there were like 2 or 3 people sitting there, and one of them was a young lady that probably could be about Chad's daughter's age, if that's who Emma is. Now I need research. I need knowledge. People always taking me down rabbit holes. Cheryl came in hot. I love Kresha is also a Taurus. Love me Tauruses are the best. Birthdays are 3 days apart. Kresha's was on May 3rd. So is yours today, or was yours April 30th? And I don't really need to know. Like, I'm not stalking you, I promise. Inverted pentagram, only used by Satanics, that it's commonly used. I don't know if I've done enough research to know that it's only used by Satanists. Dr. Vonda K, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Gifted 5 Joe Schmoe memberships. Thank you. If you haven't been to my channel and subscribed, please do. I'm carrying this all by myself without Kresha. I'm just kidding. I know y'all, 99.9% of you came here for Kresha, and I appreciate that. She's amazing. She's done so much research, and she has so much to offer to the conversation that I just kind of like sit back and ask her questions that I think are relevant, and we'll get relevant answers from her. Of course, I have my own thoughts from time to time. Dr. Vonda K, always good to see you. Nobody is actually trying to help anybody without expecting something in return. I think this is kind of like a general society comment. That is the majority of society, yes. Not trying to help somebody without getting something in return. Akasha, I love seeing you in chat. You always have so many relevant comments and intelligent, relevant and intelligent. I'm going to have to like print some merch that says relevant and intelligent, and then some other merch that says cancel cognitive dissonance. Yeah, I think this is isolated to one group or religion. Is it a CS? It's not. And Lori Native AZ Girl, I saw quite a few comments from you in here today. The two of you together are so good. We do have a good chemistry, right? Like, we both have similar ways of thinking, but we also have ways of like going down rabbit holes and going down different rabbit holes that we can like come together for relevant research and relevant conversations that can hopefully help the rest of you ask relevant questions and come to your own relevant conclusions about all of this stuff. And I got fired up today for doing some action against this group wrong that looks like is being done by the LDS Church, like just covering up. And I have, gosh darn it, I was going to play a YouTube video that I had, and I'm going to have to save it for the next time, because there is literally there is a podcast that is not an official podcast of the LDS Church, but is done definitely by a couple of LDS gentlemen that addresses like social media type of problems with the LDS Church. And the way the church gets around it is by saying, oh, this is an official LDS podcast, but they definitely are semi-official. So, and that's about visions of glory and them like taking a semi back off stance from all the LDS members that are using visions of glory as doctrine. So, wow, that was a really long answer to a really short question. Sorry, peoples. And then Joe Schmoe coming in with 5 memberships. Joe Schmoe got that going. All right. So we're going to wrap it up for tonight. Holy cow, it's been 4 hours, 23 minutes, and 30 seconds. And I went almost 2 hours earlier, and I did not intend to do that. I really appreciate everybody hanging in for all of this. I appreciate all of the mods, all of the chat. This is really amazing chat. Like, this is a sensitive and a controversial subject, and everybody in chat has been extremely respectful and extremely thoughtful and intelligent and relevant. And I appreciate all of you. Thank you all for coming in. Thank you for all of the super chats and the gifted memberships. Thank you for all that. So I'm still not muted, right? Nope, I'm not muted. Oh, wait, there's been more live comments. Oh, no, do we have more questions? Pammy, okay. Want to make sure. Yes, difficult research with relevant discourse all the time. Paste papers link. Okay, Carolyn, I will paste the paste papers link in the chat on my channel after we get off of here. I just looked it up today because every time we do this, every time Crush and I have a Tuesday night, I'm like, where did I put that memo? Where did I put that memo? So I put it in a memorable place tonight. Yes, Dr. Fonda is fabulous. Emma was his daughter talking to Chad when he got arrested. So Emma is Chad's daughter. I knew it, and I think she may have showed up for one day of court. I really do. I need to get a picture of her. Say that again. Because there was a mysterious younger gal that was sitting on Lori's side one day. Okay, guys, I'm going to wrap it up. Thank you all for hanging with me for this way longer live stream than I intended, but we got a lot done. We got all the way through the memo. Like from beginning to end, we did the whole memo. And we took multiple stops to talk about all of the difficult things to talk about associated with this memo in the Mormon Church. Thank you, chat. Thank you, mods. Thank you for all the gifts. Thank you, Kresha, especially. Her link is already on my YouTube channel in the description of this, and I'll put the memo in after this. Everybody have a wonderful night. What is this? It's only Tuesday night. We got 3 more days of this. I've got some interesting things coming up, though. I got a FOIA request from the Indianapolis Metropolitan Police Department. Gosh, that's a lot of symbols. Syllables. For the chief public defender in Allen County. He got attacked when he went to a conference in April, and I FOIA'd the body cam video from that response. And that answers some questions that we have about how, when, where, and why he got attacked. So that's a different case. That's not Lori Vallow Daybell, but that's coming up. I do FOIA requests a lot. In the meantime, that's one thing I've got on the hook. Appreciate all of you guys. Thank you so much. Wrapping it up for the night. Take care. Have a good night. Peace out.
Good evening. Come and find you a seat. Grab yourself a cup of joe and put up your feet. Let's talk about the latest news and all about true crime. We can make a difference if we put in the time. Good evening. and find you a seat. Grab yourself a cup of joe and put up your feet. Let's talk about the latest news and all about true crime. We can make a difference if we put in the time. Oh, we can make a difference if we put in the time. Good evening, come and find you a seat. Grab yourself a cup of joe and put up your feet. Let's talk about the latest news and all about true crime.